Howdy ho. Of course, I pop in as soon as they zoom in on the Artemis logo. Please go back to the rocket. Please, NASA. So we're just gonna, they got a rollout of the SLS rocket for Artemis II. First humans to the moon since the 60s or the 70s. And there's going to be a press conference with said astronauts and the NASA administrator in about 20 minutes. And I'll play a little. Maybe I'll do some fishing and Sea of Thieves while we watch it. And then if enough people show up, we can do some group games maybe. Who knows? We'll see. I need to get my chat set up because I can't see it right at the moment. I am behind. Nope. There we go. So let's see. I've also got a second feed here. This is, I don't want to keep them up for long because they are not paying me. But since NASA's doing weird crap, this is another feed of the rollout, different view of it. See, that's not the right one. I should now, you should be able to see me point at stuff, maybe? No, not really. Can't see the cursor. But it moves at a whole whopping 1 mile an hour. So it's going to take about 11 hours to get out to the pad. I regret how I set this up now as browser sources, but that's the only way I can do it and play games at the same time and point to stuff. I guess that's not true. I guess I could share my other monitor. We'll just see if we have to point at anything. If we do, I'll figure something out, but whatever. It works. I got to figure out how to do it better for actual launches. Like when this thing actually launches, I'm like, I don't know if I'll be awake for that. It's going to be early in the morning. Probably get up for it. But let's see. We shall get this going. And we'll get a little gameroo running. Okay, I should have a window to grab. Which one is it? This one? No. This one. This source. This source. And I should be able to turn this on. Oh my goodness. That is not what I expected that to look like. Hello. Alright. That didn't work. Worked earlier. Didn't work today. Of course. Alright, let me try a different a different option here. There goes the butt end of the rocket. Solid rocket motor on one side there, and then the RF-25s in the core stage. It's okay, bud. Come here. It's okay. It's okay, Alfie. It's okay. You got this. You're going to survive, I promise. You're going to survive, Mr. Alf. Come here. Come sit. Okay, so that captured that. There you go. That's my boy. That's my boy. There's that. Just down. Delete this source because it's in my way and it's confusing. Where in the world? Sometimes OBS doesn't make sense. It. Oh, let me change this. Edit. It wasn't letting me adjust it earlier. I don't know why. Sometimes I don't get OBS. So that's 1920. Now I can move it. Can I shrink it? It won't let me shrink it. Why won't it let me shrink it? Alright. Is this going to look anything decent at all? It's okay. You make it work. Put this somewhere that's not blocking stuff. There we go. Alright, let's go fish. Let's go fish. Let me see if NASA's doing any better at their job. I sure hope that part of the work Isaacman does is improve their media capabilities, because this is like, here's a static camera for you that we can zoom in and out, and we're very slow at. And we get these views from independent media. Come on, NASA. You can do better. 11 minutes till the press conference starts, so push that anyway. I don't want to keep stealing these guys' content because I'm not paying for it. But NASA's got to do better. How washed out that picture is compared to that picture. What the heck? If there's any other options out here. Not really. All right. Mouse and keyboard. Remembering controls. Don't remember the controls at all. Did I set up a profile for this mouse on this game? Because I don't remember if I did. I do. I have bucket and 5. What's 5? Don't remember. X. Oh, X is here for exiting. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I got my push to talk. That's right. Cool. I'm going to act like an idiot in this game for a little bit while I remember how to play it. That's okay, so that's boards and bucket. That's what those are. And then weapons. Food. Feel like my sensitivity is incredibly too high. Input. Mouse sensitivity. Pull you down. Better. I don't have to double click. Keep double clicking. And I didn't want that all. Need supplies to protect my fishies. I don't remember how I do one. Is it right click for one at a time? Yeah. Okay. Blade, is it manned? No. Oh, it's so fast with the mouse and keyboard. I love it. Look at the map. Now, what am I doing? Oh, I'm so clunky on mouse and keyboard. I don't use it enough in this game. No. Gotta remember how to fish with mouse and keyboard. Back up, please. Class and quit captaincy. Okay, I get my cannonball crate from last night. That's cool. Put you over here. Drop X. That button. Okay. Enter. Gotta be another way to do it than enter. That's dumb.
Yeah, what?
I guess when you're in a menu, it's okay to go and hit enter.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I should probably collect my crates. Huh. Did that before I did those. Oh well. It worked. Exactly where I wanted it, but it worked. Gotta keep hitting F to pick it up. And I just picked all that crap up. God dang it. R. That one where I... whatever. I'm just organizing the shelves. That's what we're doing now. In a second. Alright. Probably get a bait crate while I'm here. Oh, I should have... Oh, another hunter out here. They're doing the same thing. Hmm? No? Are you shitting me? You ate my bait crate. Game. So the normal use of the game, they've broken. But when you cheese it, you get more.
Not again. Later, I suppose. Working here is so unfair.
It'll come back. Huh? Yes. How is it so hard to get that right? I don't get it. Alright. I feel like somebody's been here. This is all empty. The one time I'll actually pick up bait. Yeah. What did I pick up? I don't even know what I picked up there. Whatever. Empty now. All right, 9 o'clock. Let's see. Are they actually starting the press conference on time? They are. Look at that. I don't know why I don't hear anything. So soft. I did this on the other stuff too, where it's just like, it's very, very soft. What is it? Maximize. Help me.
What you're seeing is a live view of NASA's Artemis II rocket. We are slowly but surely rolling out to the launch pad. Good morning, and thank you for coming out here today to witness this monumental step ahead of our return to the moon. This morning, as that happens, I am joined here by the Artemis II crew, NASA astronauts Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook, and CSA astronaut mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, as well as NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. With that, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Speak.
Thank you for coming out to witness this historic moment. Before I turn it over to the real stars of the show here, the Artemis II crew, I thought I'd take a moment to just share a little bit about the journey that we're on right now and President Trump's vision for American leadership in space. Now, this all began, call it just about 9 years ago. President Trump established the Artemis program, committed America to returning to the moon. Now, none of this should be a surprise. This is a president who created the Space Force. This is also the president that oversaw, during the last year of his term, the return of American spaceflight capability here to Kennedy Space Center after nearly 10 years from when the shuttle was retired. Now, I can tell you, we're off to a little bit of a slow start here. We've got about 12 hours to go, approximately, before the Artemis II vehicle will make its way over to Launch Pad 39B. Now, from there, things will start to pick up the pace a little bit. So we'll put it, and we'll have technicians put it through its motions. We'll ultimately get to wet dress, and then from there, this vehicle, along with about 8.8 million pounds of thrust, is going to accelerate the Artemis II crew here to near-Earth escape velocities, so just under 25,000 miles per hour, farther into space than we've ever sent humans before, around the moon, back here safely to Earth. Now, this is the start of a very long journey. Now, we ended our last human exploration of the moon in Apollo 17, the 17th mission. Now, I hope someday my kids are going to be watching, maybe decades into the future, the Artemis 100 mission. Now, we're talking about a lot of repeated missions, humans and crew members and cargo going to and from the lunar environment. Now, the architecture you see behind us here with SLS and the Orion spacecraft is just the beginning. Now, over time, launching missions like this, we are going to learn a lot. And the vehicle architecture will change. And as it changes, we should be able to undertake repeatable, affordable missions to and from the moon.
See how that sounds for you.
And in that
guys.
same vein, just as we begin, the cost to undertake a mission like we're going to undertake with Artemis II is not inexpensive. But where it'll go as we learn and gradually incorporate reusability is what's going to enable missions like Artemis 100 and beyond, right? And why are we doing this? We are doing this to fulfill a promise to the American people that we will return to the moon, a promise to all of the pioneers, the engineers, the scientists, the astronauts, the researchers from the 1960s, of which laid the foundation that we are standing upon right now. We'll do it inevitably to figure out the orbital and lunar economy for all of the science and discovery possibilities that are out there, to inspire my kids, your kids, kids all around the world to want to grow up and contribute to this unbelievable endeavor that we're on right now. And before I hand it over to Commander Wiseman on this, I just want to acknowledge the contributions from literally the army that we have at NASA that shows up to work every single day to try and change the world. We don't do it alone. We have commercial partners, we have international partners that are involved in this, but we have thousands of people that have brought us to this moment. The thousands of people that have been working near 24/7 preparing us for this rollout, the thousands of people across the country that trained and prepared this crew to undertake this mission, the controllers that'll look out for them on space, the recovery crews that'll bring them safely home to their family at the conclusion of their 10-day journey. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, this is your NASA. Commander.
Thanks, Jared. Appreciate that. You said we're off to a slow start, but I heard Ike's going to go over there after this and drive, so we'll pick it up. The relative motion looks good, though. What a great day to be here. On behalf of myself, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, Administrator Isaacman, thanks for having us out here. And this is a great way to start rollout morning at Kennedy Space Center. I just want to build on what you just said about these teams. We see this beautiful hardware behind us, the SLS, the Orion. But for this crew, we've been on this journey for about 2.5 years, and we truly look at that and see teamwork. We see global cooperation. We see a strong nation leading the way. You look at those white boosters on the side. We've been out in Utah. We've met the men and women that are assembling them, that put them on rail cars and send them down here to the Cape. The core stage in the center, built by Boeing. Jeremy and I were there at Michoud when that thing got loaded on the barge and shipped down here with the RS-25s, tested at Stennis, assembled to the bottom of that rocket. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage, we met that whole flight control team out in Denver with United Launch Alliance. Building up into the European service module, we were in Bremen, Germany, meeting the Airbus team that has assembled that, and the European Space Agency, and then up to our Lockheed Orion. We spent so many countless hours in that vehicle preparing. And then you look just to the left here at launch control, it's almost eclipsed, well, it is eclipsed by the VAB. Charlie Blackwell Thompson leading her team and the exploration ground systems folks, that they have hit every single milestone for the last year to get to where we are today. They've hit every single one of them. It is awe-inspiring. And then back in Houston with our flight control team, led by Jeff Radigan and our launch directors, we really are ready to go. We were in a sim for about 10 hours yesterday, doing our basically final capstone entry and landing sim. We got in T-38s last night, and we flew here to the Cape to be here for this monumentous occasion. With that, I just really want to say thank you to all the press that are out here getting our message out. It's very important. And hand it back to Bethany. Thank you.
And with that, we will open the floor to questions. There is a mic over here on the left, and we ask that you limit to one question each so that we can get to as many people and questions as possible.
Hi, Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Mr. Isaacman. What's your take on how realistic it is that Artemis II will take off in February. And if I might really ask Reed a real quick question, I loved your crescent moon shot recently. What's it like to go outside at night and look at the moon now?
So I guess take the first part of the question. I mean, we're continuing on with our Artemis II preparation campaign. I think we've held schedule pretty well, getting to roll out today. So we'll get out there. We'll put it through its motions. We'll get through wet dress. We have, I think, zero intention of communicating an actual launch date until we get through wet dress. But look, I mean, that's our first window, and if everything is tracking accordingly, I know the teams are prepared. I know this crew is prepared. We'll take it.
We like that answer. Going out and looking at the moon at night, I'll hand this all down the line. I'll be brief, but I think one of the most magical things for me in this experience is when I looked out a few mornings ago, there was a beautiful crescent in the morning sunrise, and I truly just see the far side. So that's it was a waning crescent here, so it's a waxing gibbous on the far side, and you just think about all the landmarks we've been studying on that far side and how amazing that will look, and seeing Earthrise, those sorts of things, just flipping the moon over and seeing it from the other perspective is what I think when I look out right now. Like,
yeah, thank you for that question. It is definitely different now, but it's also kind of like asking a kid how they feel about their homework. You know, it's a part of what we've been studying and training for, and I go outside and now I think of it in a very different sense, that there's some scientific value in what we say about what we see. And we had a sim months back where when we walked out in the parking lot, Christine and I were standing there, and I had this overwhelming feeling that, like, wow, what science about the moon does in the future is going to at least be affected a little bit by what we say about that view. And so that has changed how I look at the moon since. And my dad asked me when we got a sign, do I see it differently? And I didn't right away, but I definitely do now because of the great team that we have getting us ready to do science. Nana?
I think for me, what I see is the fact that all the people here on Earth, when they look up at the moon during our mission, before our mission, after our mission, during Artemis 3 and missions beyond, all the way to Artemis 100, they'll know that not only have we been there in the past, but we actively go there. We send people there because we're humans that must explore.
Something I'll share with you. It was kind of neat. Over the New Year's time period, had a little time off, had my kids back at home from university, and we just had the best viewing weather in Houston for the moon, and it was approaching a full moon, and I had the kids out there, some mandatory science, observing the moon with me, teaching them landmarks that we've been memorizing as a crew, but they were lit up about it too, and that was just really fun. And I think the moon is something I've sort of taken for granted. I've looked at it my whole life, but then you just kind of glance at it, glance away. But now I've been staring at it a lot more, and I think others are going to join us in staring at the moon a lot more as there are humans flying around the far side. I think that's just good for humanity.
And with that, we'll take the next question.
Hi, thank you so much. TJ Mascaro with the Epoch Times. This question is for Victor and Jared. Looking ahead to missions like Artemis 100 and just the future of our space activities, a lot of talk seemed to be around automation and computer pilots and all of that. I was wondering how important it is that we continue to build on manual flying in space, and what place will that have going?
It's interesting. First of all, did you target me because I'm a little bit of a Luddite, and I love, the inceptors or the controls that I can, put my hands on if I'm going to fly something. But I think what the last 5 years has taught me since flying the SpaceX Dragon, the same one that Jared flew, is that the tool needs to be designed for the task. And so I could, go on and on about this, but I think it is something that we have to think more about because the state of technology is where it is, and we're not going to undo all of that. And so finding ways to integrate software, hardware, but the thing that hasn't changed, as far back as we can read the record, we are still the same stuff. And I've been reading these, there's a journal that test pilots put together, and the Mercury and Gemini and Apollo astronauts used to go and give these presentations. And I've been reading their reports, and they say the same things that we say, that, you know, having a window is important, having the ability to do critical functions is important, and just how we implement that, though, is going to change with the state of technology. Thank you for the question.
We're just talking about an evolution in terms of what, you know, what are truly the manual inputs, right? So I would say probably the T-38s you're flying are maybe some of the last, you know, aircraft you've touched that actually, when you put a control input in, you're actually directly moving a flight control surface. A lot of the fourth and fifth generation aircraft that are flown today, it's all fly-by-wire. So you're telling the airplane what you'd like to do, and then the computer's interpreting it and saying, this is what I'll give you. And I think you're going to just naturally see that evolution in spacecraft, right? We're not taking the human out of the loop, right? There can be some pre-planned waypoints as we navigate around the moon, and then perhaps a human is directly inputting this is the actual target location I would like to land at for some reason. The computer's taking that manual input and saying, now I'll put you there, right? And I think that's probably the evolution we're looking at. But no doubt, look, as we get, you know, farther into deep space exploration, the ability to rely on you know, autonomous capabilities within the spacecraft become more and more important. And I'd say the moon is going to be a perfect proving ground for that, right? So we talk about building a moon base. Now, day one of the moon base is not going to look like this, you know, glass enclosed dome city that we might imagine someday. That's certainly what the ideal end state would be, but it's probably a lot of rovers that are moving around, a lot of autonomous rovers that are experimenting with mining or you know, some mineral extraction capabilities to start, you know, printing with regoliths. So naturally, I think in terms of what we want to achieve in space, you're going to incorporate more autonomy in our robotic missions. We're looking at a mission to Venus right now that could have some onboard AI capabilities in it. So this is the way we're going to go. But I'll tell you, if humans are on a spacecraft, they'll always have a vote. They'll always have a say in it. How that may look today could be very much like the F-22 versus the T-38 of the past, if that makes sense.
And with that, we will take the next question.
Hi, thanks for doing this. I'm Ken Kramer, Space Up Close. Good luck and best wishes to Crew 11. I'm a pharmaceutical researcher, so I want to ask you about the science you're going to be doing. Tell us a little bit, one or all of you, how it's going to benefit Earth and also how it's going to benefit us getting to Mars. Thank you.
I think that's a great question. One of the reasons that these missions are so important is the discovery and the knowledge that we bring back to Earth, and that is the entire point. We have both lunar geology science and we have human research on this mission. Human research is that we're participating in everything from how we can top perform, behavioral health, immune response in space, which is a fascinating physiological response that humans have to microgravity. And there's a really neat new type of technology we're flying, an experiment called Avatar, where we're actually using chip, organ on a chip technology, cell on a chip technology to mimic how our cells, our bone marrow cells, will respond to microgravity in the radiation environment, to bring that science back to Earth, to understand how we can more efficiently send humans deeper into space and how we respond. So it's really exciting. We're happy to be a part of all that science. And talking about the lunar geology aspects a little bit, the moon is like a witness plate for everything that's actually happened to Earth, but has since been erased by our weathering processes and our tectonic processes and our other geologic processes. We can actually learn more about solar system formation, more about how planets form maybe around other stars, more about the likelihood of life out there, starting with studying the moon. And I think that's something, that question is, in my opinion, one of the biggest philosophical questions of our time. And I think some of the first steps to answering it start with this mission.
With that, we'll take the next question.
Good morning. Jeff Faust of Space News. Question for the administrator. As we're preparing to go around the moon with Artemis II, I wonder if you can give us some thoughts on your plans for ensuring Artemis III can land humans on the moon by 2028. I know you've met recently with SpaceX and Blue Origin about speeding up the lunar lander development, but what should we be looking for in the months to come in terms of getting Artemis III, keeping it on schedule, or at least ensuring a landing by 2028?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So one, we will just continue to be, as transparent as we can as we make progress towards the Artemis II mission. The way the public can best follow on and probably measure progress is just observing launch rate. I mean, that is absolutely the key to unlocking the capability that'll be necessary to bring our lander to the lunar environment and bring astronauts down to the surface. So I will say I did meet with both Blue Origin and SpaceX on their acceleration plans. These are both very good plans. I would say they both reduce technical risk from where we were before, so that's good. But in the end, it's going to come down to launching vehicles very frequently to learn. Learn about prop transfer for sure, but you're going to need reusability in order to do that. So I'd say we're all, if we're on track, we should be watching an awful lot of New Glenns and Starships launch in the years ahead.
And we'll take the next question.
Good morning, Irene Klotz with Aviation Week and Space Technology.
Cast.
Sorry for the sun.
Doesn't actually load it.
For
Weird.
Jared, you've ridden a couple of rockets, you've seen launches, and you've seen Starship up close and roll out. Could you tell us what you think is special about this rocket, and if your opinion has deepened or enriched in the month that you've been administrator?
Well, I appreciate the question. We need more questions for the crew over here because they're the ones about to embark on a pretty extraordinary journey on that vehicle. I would say I mean not a whole lot has changed from my perspective, other than getting I guess a lot of firsthand account of the people that and the effort that goes into building a vehicle such as this. And even more of the history that led up to this. Even just walking inside the VAB, which I've seen it I don't know how many times from the exterior, and then you go inside. You couldn't even find the SLS in there if you wanted to. I mean, and then that just brings back, what it must have been like during the 1960s when you had multiple Apollo vehicles in there, or at a time when or multiple Saturn vehicles in there, at a time when you had multiple shuttles in there. So I'm halfway through a roadshow around the country to every one of our centers, meeting the workforce, trying to hear from those that are actually doing the hard work that it takes to pull off a mission such as this. So nothing changed in my mind about the importance of the mission that is NASA, our path to achieving it, but I've definitely had an opportunity to meet a lot of the folks that are helping enable it. And it's, it's just extraordinary. So thank you.
We'll take the next question now.
Hi, Elizabeth Howell from Space Q in Canada, and this question is for Jeremy. You've often talked about how Canada has been taking all of these steps in space for decades alongside our international partners, clearly including NASA here, and you've also said, let's imagine what's next for Canada. And so in your mind, what's next for Canada in space once we finish this step? Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I would just like to re-echo some of those previous comments, because against the backdrop of that rocket rolling, it represents an extraordinary American workforce right there, watching that thing roll out. And like Reed was talking about, we've been around and we've met them and we appreciate them. And no matter what their future is, that's a workforce that is trained to do extraordinary things. And they'll be redirected as we adapt and continue to do extraordinary things. And that is the same story in Canada. I've really applauded the American space leadership because they carved out space for Canada to hone some of our skills, to develop workforce in specific areas and to bring that knowledge. And the future for Canada kind of looks like where the international collaboration wants to go. We aren't leading that collaboration. NASA's leading that collaboration and inviting our participation. We have skill sets, and I know Canada will rise to the challenge just like they did in the Artemis. When we were asked to join Artemis, we started to lean into developing new robotic systems for deep space. Even we're working on lunar surface stuff now, so we'll just bring that workforce to bear to meet joint collective objectives. And maybe I'll just end with, I'm actually pretty pumped to see that, because in just a few weeks, you're going to see 4 humans fly around the moon, and if we're doing that now, imagine what we can do next. I'm pretty pumped to see that come to fruition.
We'll take the next question.
Hi, thanks for taking questions. Richard Tribou, Orlando Sentinel. This is for the astronauts, sorry, Administrator. Tuesday is the 96th birthday of Buzz Aldrin, and there's very few men, all men, who've flown around or to the moon. I think we are down to 5. And they're all over 90. So, one, I know many of you have found inspiration talking with them. I know General Stafford was hand in hand during Artemis I. So, can you each tell me what the Apollo crew have been able to teach you about what you're going to face? And also, if you want to wish happy birthday to Buzz, feel free. Thanks.
Happy birthday, Buzz. I'll just share my General Stafford story, which was the day we all got assigned to this mission publicly. My phone rang that afternoon. I didn't have the number saved. It was a Florida number, and I was thinking it was a telemarketer. I was on my couch. I was getting ready to take a nap. It had been a long day with the media, and I almost hit the red hang-up button, but I just figured I would answer it. I answered, and it was General Stafford. Great, congratulations. We are so excited for you. And I think that's the way the Apollo crew has always been. They are so fired up that we are headed back to the moon. They are so fired up that we're going on to Mars. They just want to see humans as far away from Earth as possible, discovering the unknown, the near impossible, as the administrator keeps saying for NASA as our charter. So we really love that. I also want to say, we grew up in the shuttle era, and we grew up in the International Space Station era. And 3 of us have been up there, and Jared's been in low Earth orbit. He knows what that feels like. So we do feel like this is an Apollo legacy, but for the 4 of us here, we are standing on the shoulders of the International Space Station and the science, the research, the long duration exposure they have had and what we have learned up there.
You know, I mentioned how I'm reading these journal articles from the 60s about Gemini and Apollo and some of the engineering lessons and piloting lessons that they, fed into the system. But something that's also very interesting that you just kind of get between the technical data is the people that they were. And I do find a lot of inspiration in that, just understanding some of what their families were going through, what they were learning, or what they didn't know they were learning. As we look back, we have the benefit of hindsight. And so I've actually been very fortunate to become friends with Rusty Schweikert, and Rusty gave me a bag of wisdom, quotes from different cultures all over the world that I took to the space station. And I'm going to take that little bag of wisdom, but also in my heart and mind, the wisdom that we've learned from Charlie Duke and General Stafford and Dr. Schmidt on what it meant to them. And some of the story that hasn't even come out yet. We're still learning things from the Apollo era. And so it'll be nice to take the baton, run our best race, and then hopefully pass that baton on to the Artemis 100 crew.
I think what they've taught me goes beyond the technical tidbits and things of that nature. And the biggest thing I can talk about is camaraderie. They taught me camaraderie because I've had the privilege of interacting with them for actually over 25 years now through a scholarship foundation that they give back to or gave back to. And then more recently at NASA Remembrance events, which are kind of little reunions in a lot of ways for the Apollo astronauts. And seeing the way they interact with each other, seeing the way they tell stories and the way they still love each other and being around each other and what they went through together and how that bonded them has been really instrumental for me in appreciating every single day with my crew and with the larger teams. And I will never forget seeing Fred Hayes at one of these remembrance events, shaking his hand, and before I even said, "Hello, sir, great to see you," he goes, "I heard you're gonna break our record." And at that moment, he brought me into that camaraderie. And I made a promise that I will carry that forward and keep everyone in that spirit of camaraderie and carry it through our mission as well.
Apollo, just inspirational. I was inspired by Apollo as a kid. I think that's how I ended up here. I saw a picture when I was a kid of a human standing on the moon. It was either Buzz or Neil. But it just changed my perspective on things. I turned my treehouse into a spaceship. I started exploring space in my imagination, and here I am all those years later. But for our crew, one of the required readings for this mission was Carrying the Fire by Michael Collins. And he does a great job of putting the human perspective in what was accomplished during Apollo. And it was pretty extraordinary. You were talking about it, Administrator, earlier, about what they accomplished during that time frame. And I think it's a good reminder for us. I mean, we're doing extraordinary things now, but we can create even greater things in the future. We should not accept this as status quo. We should always be striving for more. And something else you wrote recently, Administrator, that I think touched all of us was just the appreciation for, we want to fly safely in space, but we also have to be willing to take appropriate risk. That's what this is about. And when we were reading Carrying the Fire, this is the part that really got my attention. Michael Collins jumped on a spacewalk from one Gemini spacecraft to the Agena. That's extraordinary. That is truly extraordinary. And so that was a courageous example, but they also weren't cavalier. They were taking calculated risks. And I think it's a great example for us to remind ourselves, hey, we're going to go out there, we're going to take some appropriate risk, and we're going to accomplish some extraordinary things. We're going to have some failures, some setbacks along the way, and then we're going to pick ourselves back up and keep going.
We'll move to the next question.
Hi, Kristen Fisher with The Endless Void. It's so great to see all of you on such an exciting day. You four are about to fly farther into space than any humans have ever flown, and with that comes some inherent risk, like you were just talking about, Jeremy. And so my question is, we've heard a lot about your training, but how are you training your loved ones? How are you preparing your families in these final weeks as you get ready to leave them behind on Earth?
Trying to train them honestly and openly is the best thing you can do. We just had all of our families together about a week and a half ago at the astronaut quarantine facility at the Johnson Space Center. That was one of the cooler moments in all of our training, just sitting around with our families around a conference table, and NASA was briefing them on the mission. Fellow astronaut Randy Bresnick, who was our technical lead, came in and gave them an amazing overview of the mission profile and the Orion spacecraft. And then there are the more personal touch points. I went on a walk with my kids. I told them, here's where the will is, here's where the trust documents are, and if anything happens to me, here's what's going to happen to you. And that is a part of this life. I actually wish more people in everyday life talk to their families in that way, because you never know what the next day is going to bring. So it's just important to be as open and honest as you possibly can. And then the other neat thing that has happened amongst all of us is our kids know each other, spouses know each other, we all text each other. It has developed this foundation that I know, even though it's a 10-day mission, I just know who everyone is going to lean on to get through this together while we're up there. On launch day, we've got the easiest job. We really have the easiest job. We've trained for this, we know exactly what to do, and it will be good. It's our families that we think about the most on launch day.
You know, it is an interesting part of this journey. We have the entire resources of our agencies helping to get us ready, but we have to take the initiative to get our families ready. And we have a fantastic family support team, but we do have to take some initiative and lean in on that. And so those are tough talks, but you have to have those talks, or they can be tough. And you know, having the experience of doing this to get ready for the space station gives some neat experience, but also just something to compare and contrast with as well. And so we were having one of those tough conversations, and I mentioned to my family that, hey, you know, if I forgot to close the garage and we're all in Florida, close it when I get back. You know, not 168 days later, but 10 or 11 days later. And so we you know, that is an important part, and thank you for bringing that up, because it is something that I think about a lot. And I am also really grateful that we have, I was actually just talking to Jared's family about when we were here to watch the Polaris launch. I was here to support a colleague and their family while they watched their loved one launch. That's my favorite role in this office. That is my most cherished, honored experience that we get to do with and for each other. And we have some folks that are going to be supporting us. Two of them are here, our backups, Jenny and Andre, and we have escorts that are assigned to each of our families. And I just wanted to give them a shout out. We've all got someone, an astronaut, that is going to be with our family members when they're watching launch, which can be this terrific and terrifying moment all at the same time. And so I'm just really grateful to that team that helps us to get ready.
I think for us, in addition to all that, it's two things. First of all, I love talking to my husband. He's been very inquisitive about the actual technical aspects of the mission. These guys know my husband. So, you know, we're talking about what are the big milestones, what are the risky parts, when can he sigh a sigh of relief, when does he need to be glued to the TV, and talking about some of those technical things. Every once in a while we just get a question that comes out about the vehicle or how the mission's going to go. And then the second one is just a little more practical. I really have to make sure he knows that it's not like the International Space Station where we can just make a phone call. So he's not going to be able to call me and ask where something is in the house. He's going to have to find it. That's been a big one for us.
Pretty similar for my family. Over the holidays, though, we did watch some Artemis I launch video and entry video just to kind of point out a few things that can catch you off guard. Like when the main engine's light, it does look like for a few seconds the rocket is blowing up and then it launches. So letting them know about that. Also re-entry, what they can expect to see and maybe not see and not hear from us, and that's normal, and there's just a lot of different stuff there. And so during those times, to just be calm and patient and not make any assumptions. And then the other thing I told them, maybe this is good for all of you, is during the mission, it's the first time we put humans on this rocket. And so we've done a lot of testing of these systems, but when we get to space, we will probably see signatures that look a little bit different from testing. Maybe not a lot different, but a little different. And then the team is going to do what the team does, and they are going to worst case scenario everything. And so if you hear any of it, it might sound really bad. It's probably not that bad. We're just going through what's the worst case scenario, what's the next worst failure, and that's probably going to be par for the course on a mission for the first time with humans on it.
Can I take a little license here and I want to just say something to you all. Thank you for being here and helping us share, all of this perspective and time with and gratitude with the world. But you all have a really unique role. And what Jeremy said just reminded me of this. How we talk about this is going to be based on how we think about this, what you believe. And this is a test mission. This is the first time. If we aren't pointing the thing right exactly at the spacecraft, we're not going to get that high definition downlink. And we could go, oh darn, or you could say, this is hard, and they're safe, and they're going to be back here in a few days. And so how we talk about those challenges, how you all talk about those challenges, is going to affect how the world sees this. And what we're doing is we're swinging for the fence, trying to make the impossible
Don't
possible.
over dramatize
I would
it.
encourage you to think about that as we all go on this journey together in a few weeks.
And with that, we'll take one last question.
Make a big deal about how
Will
cool it
Robinson
is.
Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you for the opportunity.
Don't.
You all
be
had the chance
over
to
dramatize
go
it.
down to the pad when the ML was there. You've had the chance to get up into the rocket when it was inside the VAB, but pretty soon you'll have the chance to go back to the pad with your rocket and spacecraft there. I know you are liking to stay, focused on the mission and preparation, but can you imagine for the rest of us that don't have that experience of what that day will be like, the first day you get to go out to the pad when your ticket to ride is there? Thank you.
I'm going to start with the simplest human element, which of course it's going to be amazing and all that, but I want to reflect back a month ago for our countdown demonstration test. We were in the vehicle assembly building. We were in Orion. Everything was fully powered. I was the first one to get in the seat. Ike gets into seat 2 next to me, and I was like, Ike, look, the dim button works on the display. And he's like, no way, because in our sims, that button doesn't work, and we can't dim the display at all. And I just want you all to remember, we are 4 human beings getting in this magnificent spacecraft, and sometimes the simplest things put a huge smile on our face.
That human piece, I actually try to keep a lot of that to myself. I think there's a time and a place for it, and so excitement, for example, is something I get asked about a lot, and I don't let that out often. I think it can become a distraction, or it's a long story. I won't share with you now, but I can tell you this, having walked out to 39A and saw a Falcon with a Dragon sitting on top of it, there was I'd say 300 milliseconds where I thought,
Where'd that boat go?
I'd just be embarrassed if I walked out of this and said, I'm not doing this, that's crazy. But then I stood there in awe that, wow, we're actually about to go fly that thing. And then when they got to 10, 9, it was like, oh no, we're gonna fly it now. And so I actually look forward to that, even though I am focused. I'm glad you started with that. I am focused. I'm not excited. I'm focused, but I look forward to a moment like that.
Let's cook some
with
of
that
this
beast.
stuff.
As astronauts, one of the qualities that we talk about a lot is adaptability. This idea that yes, you train and prepare for everything, but the most important thing is that you're ready to take on what you haven't prepared for. And so one of the things that these 12 years I've had in the astronaut corps has trained me to do is to not have expectations. So today is a day I trained myself not to expect. But looking over there, that's an amazing feeling. I think that on the day when we climb in, I always have heard this adage, and it turns out it's true. Astronauts are the calmest people on launch day. And I think we do that. It feels that way because we're just so ready to fulfill the mission that we came here to do, that we've trained to do. We are so ready to just give back that it gives us this intense feeling of calm and readiness. And I hope and try not to expect that I will feel that way.
Last time we walked across that pad for the countdown test that Reed was talking about, and you go up the first elevator and you're on the bottom of the launch pad and you walk by the bottom of the solids and the 4 RS-25s, and even in that moment, it wasn't fueled and it wasn't creaking and moaning and it didn't look super scary, but in that moment, one of the things that I felt was gratitude. And I just see people when I look at that rocket. And people have poured their heart and soul into this vehicle, and it's truly extraordinary. And they're 24/7 here. Across the country, around the world, people are just pouring their hearts and soul into doing this because they're fired up and inspired by what we can accomplish. And so I know I'll feel a lot of things on that day, but there will be a fleeting moment at least of gratitude.
We're going to take just one last question, and then we will wrap this up.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, a little short. Sawyer Rosenstein with NASASpaceflight.com. I know one of the key things about this mission is the human factor of things, and I know you each get just a little personal kit that you can bring with you. Is there something special or sentimental that each of you is bringing with you that you're kind of proud to say, I brought this to the moon and bring it back to Earth?
I have a blank piece of paper and a pencil, and I can't wait to write some thoughts on that. I don't know what to expect, and I don't want to go in with any preconceived notions, so I know exactly where that note card is, and I can't wait to jot some notes on it.
My Bible and my Bible, if that didn't go on the microphone, and an heirloom for each of my daughters and my wife.
For me, it's handwritten notes from people that I love. The idea that I can hold in my hands way out there, or in my case in the past on the International Space Station, I can hold in my hands something that they held in their hands and drew on or wrote on. That is really special to me. So I hope to find some in my care package when I get there.
Some things that definitely represent the people that put me in this position, but one of the most meaningful things is the 4 moon pendants that I gifted my wife and 3 children, I guess 2 years ago now, and they wore them for a while. I collected them back this summer, and they're on that vehicle right now, rolling to the pad.
We will conclude today. Thank you so much for coming out and for your interest in NASA. And thank you to the administrator and the crew for taking the time to answer these questions. Just a reminder that we will have a follow-on press conference and media availability with the acting deputy director or deputy associate administrator of ESDMD at 10 a.m. at the KSC press site. Thank you.
Another press conference in 20 minutes, huh? Okay. I'm okay with NASA talking to us about stuff. All we've ever wanted. We'll get these fish on there and we will flop back our view to something that's not just the NASA. Go back to that. There you go. Flying, whopping 1 mile an hour down that road. Just gotta go fish some more. I'll be ready to turn in if I need to skedaddle. Or at least skedaddle and have it all cooked and jump off and turn in. I know my anchor's down, but crap moves your boat too much. It's not. I go pull up the NASA YouTube here in a second, see if they have a scheduled video for 10. I have that ready. Let's see. Yeah. here, have a nice look. Let's see. Live, nothing scheduled. Maybe they're not airing that? Kind of lame if they're not. I will say it is, show you this view. This is from the other stream, but it is very cool that they are busing so many people in to see this. I've heard from some of the people that are there that it's more than they were, way more than people than they were expecting to be there for this. So, gotta drum up that excitement. Is good. Needs to be. Hopefully the start of a much larger presence on the moon and space than we've had before. Alright, back to fishing. No, Gemini, I don't need help with my tasks in Chrome. Thank you very much. Sunny Splashtail, I don't need you, I don't think. Yeah, the only Splashtails I need are Umber and a few more Seafoam. Otherwise, it's all of the Ancient Scales that I'm going for right now. Oh, you rat. Wasn't paying attention. Stole my bait. And I have a Lego set. Looks just like that thing. Rolling down the road right now. Don't know how many of those we're going to see. At least probably 5. But beyond that, I don't know how many more we'll see. It's a very expensive and slow rocket to build. Not to say they couldn't speed up production of it, but I don't know. I don't know how much they could speed it up. It's a cool rocket. Very reminiscent of Shuttle, but thus the Shuttle hardware that's on it. Just slow to build. Quick look-see. Nope. It's nighttime. Stop giving me the sunny. It's not sunny. Ancient scales. Come on. Oh, I should have kept that one. Dag nabbit. I said I needed that, didn't I? Yep. But my brain farted. I said, oh no, it says splash tail. Sea foam and umbers. 2 more umbers. I still don't know how I've got this many fish that I've caught according to my profile. Crazy. Or at least turned in, I should say. Starshine. Nighttime variant. Yes, I'll take you. 100%. Nobody rumbling. Man. Sorry, Alf. I didn't mean to wake you up. Go back to sleep, bud. Daddy's just being weird. As usual. Nothing new. Take that. Yeah, kitty, kitty. My nose itches. I rubbed it a little bit. It might last through this. No, I don't think I can pick this guy up. Maybe. No, I think that's the last one. No, I get one more. Ugh, my nose. There we go. That's right, we lost a couple baits. That's why. Where are you, fishy, fishy, fishy? Ooh, look at that. Big kahuna. Not an uncommon one. It's a fish nonetheless, for sure. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Forget. I don't know why that came to mind, but it did. Here. Boop, boop, boop. Up that bait 5. So when I run out, I know I'm full. That blade's still unmanned. We got a Reaper 2 though now. Blade's still unmanned. What's he do? Must be. That looks like an hourglass fight over there. That's what that is. Yep. Okay. Take that too. Bite. You know you want it. Bite it. Come on. There you go. Bookie McGurk. I get up to 5 so that I can turn stuff in. I know I could have done it more efficiently other ways, but this progresses fishing at the same time. And if I lose it all, I don't care. Because we're watching a rocket. Big ass rocket run the pad. Nope. Screw you, Ruby Splashtail. Screw you. Mr. Smokey. Yes, sir. Doesn't seem to have moved much. This thing is frozen. I'll double check this YouTube feed, but I feel like that's not moving much. Let's see. Is the feed poopy poopy? Interact. Nope, that's live. It is there, and it is barely moving still. I guess we're not used to 1 mile an hour movement. It's hard to see with the naked eye from that distance. That's kind of cool. You see one of SpaceX's launch pads there, and they're building a Starship tower, and how much taller that Starship tower is than the Falcon tower. Oh, I see a boat. I think that's that sloop that was at Reapers. Cut this really quick. We'll have a map look. Unless he's going to go get the blade, in which case I'm just going to sell and dive, because I don't want to deal with that. I hope he just dives and disappears. I'm going to play the player that just wants a calm and peaceful, I'm trying to fish session. He might be going for that blade. Boo. Alright, let's get cooking really quick. Not that he can see us yet, but I would rather not experience it. Technically, I can just dive with the storage crate. This stuff doesn't disappear. What am I thinking? It's not loot. I'm a stupid. Just go somewhere else. He's fine. Little ones on there. I'm just thinking this is loot, and it's not really loot. It's just food. Oh, no, he's coming this way. Balls. All right, let's get out of here. F, please. Come on, game. Oh, you stupid game. Oh no! You piece of shit! There's another boat over there. Balls. Alright. Back this way. I know I have a hole. Come on. Should get repaired when I die. Yep, got out of there. Yes. Screw you, Reaper. And you. You two can go fight each other. How about that? It's that Reaper's fault. See? Repaired me. Nice. That's that Reaper's fault that burned. Watch this have like 4 Reapers on it. Another blade. This. Burn fish away. Let's see. How did I set this up? This was bucket. Great. Oh my god. Must dig quickly. This island, there's one in the middle of the grass, and there's one on the beach over there. We go again. That's not a place I want to be. I just want to fish in peace this morning so we can watch our rocket move. Hi, Alf. Your spot on the screen is taken up by my video game right now, so no Alf cam. Unless somebody complains, then I'll figure something out. Oh. Closer. I see Disney. What's this map look like? How fast do I have to? I got a Reaper 1. I bet you that's a fort. Is that a fort up to? It's like almost behind our butt. That's it. That is a fort. Alright, he'll be there a minute. We can just fish here. Do this. Get this voyage done. Dark. I failed. Don't look at me like that, Al. You couldn't do any better. Trying to help you, buddy. See? I'm helping you. Don't even care about that. Just potentially the storage crate. Oh, there's another dick here and there. Alright. Oh, where's the other guy? The other thingy. Get down there too. Okay. So, here. And bye. X. My goodness, my fingers don't want to function. Let's slurp all this up with us. Could be some bait. Could be fireworks. No one knows. Ow. Well, they had to shift the camera, so that means it's moving. Huh. I said I didn't care about the stuff, but it does. That this doesn't help me, but yeah, that gave me a little hunter's call. Oh yeah. A lot of nothing. we got left in here? A little bit of cooked. That up here. The rest of that can go down here. Now have a spare storage crate. And let's just finish cooking while we're sitting here in a safe spot. Oh, I thought we were in a safe spot. Well, we still are, because they don't know we're here. They just left. They're probably diving anyway. But if not, I drop and dive. See if they poof out of existence. No? I wonder if they're going to go for that port. They probably are. Oh, yeah. Keep yourselves busy, folks. I'll just be here fishing. I'm not in the same spot I was before, so I gotta go see what I need in this part of the world, but... Trophies are all trophies. Alright. It is a real Thoth, too, so it's actually got a chest of fortune. He's moving super slow. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Hook. Let's see if it's a boat. What is he? Oh, there he is. Looks like a sloop. Yep. Wait. Have this ready. Or is he just going northwest? Is the northwest thing? Might be the northwest thing. I'm ready to skedaddle. I have to. Where do you go? They're up there. I could go back to where I was. died again. Could just get spicy. See if I get a non-The Wilds island. Yeah, let's see what we get. Get a different server. Some thirsty people on this one. Almost 5. Almost 5. You can do it, game. Take me somewhere. I have the voyage. It's right here. That's where I'm going. Take me there. It's okay, boy. It was a noise outside. You're going to survive. Promise. Oh, come on. Game. Okay. Hey, that's our stuff in the water. Alright, try again. Maybe just didn't like me having the treasure. Kind of odd though. Immediate die. Where's it taking me this time? Uh-huh. Here we go. What do we got? Of course we have a Reaper. Grade 1. Right next to him, too. Are you kidding me? Are you... How far is that gonna freaking go? Oh, that's an hourglass fight. Okay. They might disappear. Still, don't want to stick around to find out. Over there. Who are we fighting? Are we fighting the captain? Yes, we are. Easy. He saw me. Ow. And back over. Screw that little Disney guy. This side. Here. Nope. Oh, it's over. Just park up over here real quick. See if it comes after me or not. Was it the Reaper or the not Reaper that one? The Reaper one. He's poor. So over here, keep an eye on him. See if he disappears. this up. Quickly put a voyage down and get out. Alright, so where am I? I am in the no longer the Ancient Isles. We're in Shores of Plenty. So the plenty fins that I need. And we need all of them. But these earth. Is he already gone? No, he's there. But he is gone. Sweet. Well, we'll just stay here then. Cool. I don't care what fish I get. When do I get fish? Not a good idea to put it there. Should probably go to the other side where I'm not going to hit the dock. Oh, you dick. I need you. Eating my bait. Well, I guess it's coming toward the camera that I'm looking at this. Is this the turn basin camera we got? Might be. Olive, I'll take you. Only need 6 more of you. Water. Nighttime variant. Plenty pins. Like an amber though. A bunch of those. Piece of granola stuck in my throat. Uh-oh. spin. Put you in there. Pick up you. Empty my pockets. Huh. Oops. Doom, doo, doo, doom, doom, doom. Okay. Oh, flare stack. I think it's the fire thingy. We'll be back in a sec. That's the official term for that. It's not a fire brazier or anything. It's a fire thingy. Okay. Why are you turning, boat? You make no sense. You really don't. The logic of your movement is illogical. Yeah, buddy. Come here. Get in my stick. Weird boat. Operating cloudy. I'll take that. Now I got cloudy. I feel I gotta fish more at night because I don't have a lot of the watery funny fins at all. 10. Hi, Al. I know. You're a funny boy. And you know it's almost 11. Not cool. I didn't say I was getting it now, boy. Don't get so excited. I got fish to catch. I want to get to 5 first. We can turn all this stuff in. Safety. Okay, we cook, and that'll get us up to 5, I think. Cook. Cook. Do that. Better. Still got 2 fish to cook on us, actually. Do that. Trophy blast. Or, actually, now, take 2 fish to cook. I see birds flying on there, so clearly that picture is still alive. It's just the crawler is crawling along. Who would have thought that something named a crawler would crawl along? Get us 5, we'll turn this stuff in, and then figure out what to do next. No! Why did you... You stupid game. Why did you eat it? I hit F. That's lame. I guess it was just a amber. They're common. next? Let's see. Looks like I just got something for him. I have no idea. Splash tails. Getting there. Was that what I got? 100 plenty fins? I turned in all types? There's no way I turned into all of these before. Yeah. I don't know what I just got then. I didn't turn any of these, so it's either ancient scales or plenty fins, but whatever. Unless it was one of these, and I don't know what it was. Maybe that? I don't know. Meg stuff and boars. Don't know what I got. Let's see. Give me my mouse computer. Where are you? Thank you. Well, this NASA stream is not as exciting as I thought it was going to be. I thought they're going to have some commentary or more than just a little bit, but it's just the picture. It's cool and all. It's not terribly exciting. Just crawling along. Why is... Oh, this is not live. There we go. Why is my picture different than that one on OBS? An interesting shot. 3 different types of rocket launch towers on the screen right now. Cool. All right, let's see. We are now 5. I'm just going to keep fishing, I think, but let's see what ones I need the worst, or which ones are close to finishing. Aim for. Devilfishes. Ashton is almost done. I need 2 more. Pondies are actually really close to being done. Battle gills are the worst. I really just need everything. Okay, let's keep fishing then. Do need to get Alf his jerky before he goes crazy. Choose my arm off. I'm gonna go do that really quick. So enjoy the sounds of a storm incoming and a rock move. For a moment. Might get some storm fishing. There's a fork over there too. What are the chances? We can get over there and nobody shows up and we just fish on it. Let's see here. So and leeches from storm fishies. Let's leech it out. Raining. That means we get leeches. Not like how this boat is just randomly turned on me. Wicked. Gonna do actually here. I want to anchor it because then I'll start taking holes. Alpha's been very fascinated with the rocket this morning. He's just been staring at it on the screen. My arm doesn't seem right here. If it is not a stormfishy, we're not going to catch it. Unless it's an umber splash tail, and then I will catch it. Fish. Strike me, lightning, you stupid game. Wow. Look at that shit. What? Oh, it's because they're... Oh, I hate this. Crap. Alright, you're just gonna... So irritated by that. You just swim to your heart's content. I'll go over here. Oh, I should have kept that. Oh my god. I saw a splash tail and I just jerked it off. That didn't happen. I just stopped casting my rod. That also sounds kind of strange. Oh, crap. Game. Doesn't make any sense. How do you take holes just floating without your anchor down? So frustrating. You just can't fish on these sea posts because they don't have the calm waters around them. It sucks. And now I'm just not sure I'm going to be able to hear a hole getting hit if I'm out here. So, yeah, do that. Like, why is the boat even moving? I can understand the spinning, but it's leaving the dock. Doesn't make any sense. I have to go to an island. This is stupid. Let go of the wheel game. Alright. Just... What island do we go to? Or we just go up to where that fort is. Where's the fort? Oh, hell if I can see it now. I think it was that way. To the boat left right now. Down here. That's the fort. It's moving down. No way, it's there. Crow's nest, maybe? No. This storm can suck my keister. What? Screw the stormfish. I'm not in calm waters. Would have calm water. Turn the boat. There's the fort. Where's our hole? It's still raining. Got a little time. What are you doing, Alf? You're being weird, dog. Make me lose this fish because I'm looking at you. Just come sit with me, boy. There you go. Hi. Say hello. Hi. That's my ear. Oh, yeah, you're gonna give me a wet willy. Thanks, I appreciate it. There you go. You can sit with me. I knew I didn't clean my ears well enough in the shower this morning. Oh, you found something to lick out of it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Weren't slobbery enough for you? Weirdo. storm pass, and then we'll see if we can go battle gills on the fort. Because that's an annoying one. And I'm pretty sure John and Morton Wire would thoroughly enjoy me fishing while we do Fort. We do Fort of Fortune. Up, up. Yeah. Oh my god, give me a stormfish. You won't give me a stormfish, Alfie. Go scare the stormfishes out of the water, please. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alfie's getting scratches on both the top and the bottom of his head. What is he gonna do? Stormfish. I don't hear the bell anymore. And the bell is the thing that says you're technically in a storm and we'll get stormfish. So, alright. That's in front of us now. Fire. Oh, we can make now, that's right. Okay. That's gotta be crow's nest. We could piss off the entire server and keep that fort up forever and just fish battle gills. Sounds like a plan. Because I'm cool like that. You were very loud with that boy, Alfie. You know that? Dream can't hear it. He's a chewing. Okay, let's wait. Cook these two fishies. Bucket my boat from rainwater. Stuck on those stairs a lot. This sensitivity is not high enough. Computer. Why has I have reached so low? Jesus. Why? Still feels really low. That's better. That's accurate, but fast enough I can get around in a decent amount of time. Wait, it's not down there. That's not where the boat's pointing right now, so it is clearly Skull Keep. Okay, well that's me not paying attention to direction. Battle gills, I just need everything. I have quite a few of the jades and skies, but I have very few rum battle gills. And these guys are grubs. Put those in there. Get grubs up and down here that I already have. Oop. Shrouded. No shot, right? Run them. I thought. I had a perfectly aimed boat. Is there anybody here? I don't know where I'm going. Okay, there is. Son of something. No emissary flag, or no alliance flag. He's not necessarily friendly. And try to make friends. I don't know that I trust people these days, though. Fish and ships. Well, that's a good sign. Let's see. We can try. If we get sunk, we get sunk out. No. Load. They probably have Hunter's Call emissary as well. Nope, they have Athena. I pushed to talk, I forgot. I also have a keyboard and mouse. Soyon's good. Not bouncing around as much.
Thank you for accepting this most adventurous of expeditions. I'm searching for a specific skull. That's why I've asked multiple crews to embark on this voyage. Just be aware that once you have the chest key or skull, you'll be visible to all the other crews. You might have to fight them off to claim the reward for yourself. As soon as you bring the skull of Siren Song to the destination I give you, I will make my presence known. So what are you waiting for? On with the quest. Oh, and good luck.
Good luck. Yay, Jade Battle Guild. Oh, that's too close. Not gonna be good. I knew it. God dang it. Problem is, I can't see shit. I can't watch them. That's why I didn't want to be on this side. Hang on, good idea. I'm off here. This will probably work fine. And I can look at the side here. And I'll technically get a fort completion. Look at this. Goodness. Everything but that'll get. I get one, and I lose it, and I never see one again. Hey, bittersweet. The nighttime one, and it's a trophy. Over here. What? Oh my God. Game. So obnoxious sometimes. And it's over, of course. And then we'll go somewhere else. Fine. I don't like this area anyway. Ugly. Sigh. That was not productive. But we tried. That world event is able to be another port. Sigh. Pull up the storm map and go chase the storm around. Get the storm fishies. Let's see. See if these. Weather forecast. Alright, so it is currently going to go sit around Smuggler's Bay for a bit. Go that way. Northwest. Suck it. Who we got at the stream right now? Who's here? How's our rocket looking? It's made some progress. I hope they get that thing with a pad, hook it all up in a record time. Ooh, Port of Fortune. I don't know how long I'll be able to fish there before people come try to take it. The direction I'm going anyway. Hopefully they get it hooked up. Wet dress goes perfectly. And they launch that second week of February. That would be great. You're so violent with your chewing, boy. Shipwreck. Stop here for some fish. Some wreckers. We'll do that. How about we do that? We'll just fish for some wreckers since we're here. Easy. There's a Reaper's chest marking us. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nobody's gonna come here. It just looks like it's on my boat. It's fine. Okay. So these ones are earthworms. And more room in there. Oh yeah. I'm sorry I disturbed your cadence of chewing. Okay. Let's get us some record. And we need all the records. Well, I see the other sloop over there, I think. Sunwrecker. Oh, you're going to hit the ship, aren't you? Yes, you are, son of a... Oh, gotta go this way. How's it going, Alf? What you staring at? You just want daddy pet? Yeah. You just want daddy scratchies on the head? Yeah. All the fishes and all the sea. You give me that one. We'll let that sloop get over to that other fort, and then we will maybe go join them. Say, hey, we're back! Am I disturbing your chewing? I'm sorry. Didn't mean to disturb your chewing. Go back to chewing. You're okay. Nope. Screw you, Ruby Splashtail. I will take that, because I need the Umber Splashtails. So, the rare ones. Oh yeah, they're definitely going there. Perfect. All right. We'll join them. Shipwrecks are easy to find. Forts are not as easy to find. So. I mean, they're easy, but they're contested. Shipwrecks nobody cares about. They seemed friendly, so we'll go there next. I get one wrecker. Any wrecker, please. Snow wrecker, preferably. That'd be the best. Rose wrecker, I'll take it. It's the most common one, but I'll take it. It's a wrecker. Also not very fond of this Reaper's chest sitting on me. Rather have a non-marked shipwreck. Sit out for an hour. Okay. Let's go say hello to our friends again, hopefully. So that must be here. Probably Keel Hall, because that's way too close to be there. Gotta be Keel Hall. I don't know if we're gonna have a good enough perspective. I don't think it's gonna. It might get closer to that starship launch tower they're building. I wonder if we'll get a perspective to see the size difference. No, no, no. These guys. Won't hit us. It'll be fine. Oh, that's a skelly. That's good. Yeah, got a big butt on it. I assume it's the same sloop. We'll find out. The rope straight. Alright, Scully's loop's done. Yep, fish and chips. They have a memorable name. I have a memorable name. And it's easy. Ow. G. Push off the back here so I can see the boat. Black storage crate. Yeah, they've got a harpoon to the island. They don't feel threatened at all. It'd be so easy to steal this whole fort from them, but I'm not going to. I'm going to be the nice person that I am, play friendly, keep an eye out for them. Because I don't want to lose my shit either. This is the right thing, right? Yeah, I bet that'll be a little... The friendly seas. Gotta do it now, so we go slaughter people tonight. Break up alliance or... At least I am clearly fishing. Not like I'm not fishing. Take your time, guys. You can spend the next hour on this fort. Don't go too fast, okay? Just take your time. I need all of this. What happened to that picture that I'm looking at? Oh, they're doing some contrast changes. Jeez. White. Yes, take a sky battlefield. Still a common one, but still a fish I need. Oop, somebody probably died there. A lot of boom booms. Oh, ow. Don't like to sit next to me, huh? on, give me some bittersweets. Nighttime battle gills. 50 of those, my goodness. Hey, ask for it and ye shall receive. Bam. Get over here. Get balls on me. They went too fast though. Dang it. Rum. Hell yeah. I'll take a rum. How many of those? One more cast in before they finish, maybe? No, you almost came in. Sneak you in a little. Oh shit. Sorry, fishies. You're gonna get cooked a little bit, but saves me some cook time. One more, maybe. Right. Yeah, it's safe, guys. I got a fish on the hook. I'm not coming to get you. Yep, they don't care. Cool. They trust me. Look at that. Now, do I trust them to not come get me once they get the loot? Probably so. They seem good so far. I gotta do the whole thing, right? So long, and thanks for all the fish. All right, let's see, where do we go next? In Oh, and we got our Reapers mark now, so perfect timing to go here. I tried to mark the map like I do in Arc. It didn't work. Middle mouse does not do that. Got another fort up. Never mind, we're going to go to the fort. That's what we're going to do. Well, I kind of want to sell this stuff. We might stop at the outpost on the way down. We'll do that, and then we'll head to the fort. So that's probably got to be this guy here. We can stop at Fort Merrick on the way, sell a little bit of stuff, and get the next one. Some cooking going. X. Thank you. I got used to the dang controls. Put that one going first. Did you change to the Shroud, or are you still the stupid one that I had before? Damn stupid. Okay. That's a rock. That's a rock lobster. He's going to that fort for sure, isn't he? No? He's got the wrong Reaper flag up to get the Reaper's chest. I'm glad I left the shipwreck. It's not the right Reaper flag, but Reaper frag? Down frag rock. Where is it? How did I lose it? It disappeared. There it is. Now I can't see it anymore. Boom, boom, boom. Turn up right here. Straight to Hunter's Call. Take out the middleman. Guild can't take their cut. Let's see here. You need to get cooked still, and you need to get cooked still, and let's do. Those gotta get cooked. Wow, that stopped faster than it normally does. Oh, I'm totally hitting that. Yeah, it's rubber. It's fine. Oh, why am I full right? What the hell? That's also asleep. They went there to sell. When I'm out, I'm going to buy another bait crate too. Got a little more bait on les sheep. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying fishing alongside a rocket. Yeah, no, it's a slow go. A whopping mile-an-hour speed. Oh yeah, quite a few hours. It's probably not going to be. It didn't start till 7, so it's not going to be there until dinner time for another 7 hours. A ways to go. But hey, I'm okay. I can stare at a rocket, a cool looking rocket like that too, all day. It's fine. I frequently have 24/7 cams up on my third monitor while I work during the day, so do it while I play games too. Oh, I know. I don't know if we'll make February 6th, but I'm hoping first half of February. That's what I'm hoping for. Depends on how well that wet dress goes and how fast they get everything hooked up after they get it rolled out today. We shall see, but it cannot come soon enough. 3 years between flights sucks. You know, that's my biggest complaint about this rocket. Is it just takes too long to build and get ready and put people on it. Not to say there aren't other bottlenecks in the landing on the moon thing, but this is just a big hunk of slowness. But it's still a cool rocket. Gives you the shuttle vibes and all that goodness. So. It'll be cool, interesting to see how it goes. I know they learned a lot on 1 with all their propellant loading and leaks and fun stuff like that. Hopefully everything they did for that flight ironed everything out for this next one. That's very minor things that they have to deal with, if any. Don't want to give me my bait crate, huh? Alright. Go over here. I just think it's cool that it's still in this picture. Yeah, he's still sort of in this picture. I'm not sure how much of a good perspective we'll have on comparing the size of that to that Starship launch tower. But it's a big tower. And a big rocket. Bye! Supplies. I'm buying supplies, I'm not fighting people. Oh yeah, I've got the SLS. It's not in front of me, but I've got it up in my office. Got that one. I've got the Apollo, the Saturn V in there as well. So I'm all ready for these moon missions. Oh yeah, well Starship, you throw those on the SPMTs that they have, and it just flies. But it's not a giant mobile launcher where it's got solid rocket motors. Like that fuel in those solid rocket motors isn't light either. So it has to crawl. But it'll be fun to see that come to being. Have Starship launching next to SLS. I was down in Starbase almost 2 years ago now. Seems like it's much sooner than that. And it's just huge. Like it's just, I'll never get that close to a rocket again. I know, 'cause that's the only place you can do that. But it's just these videos and pictures and metrics just don't give you any scale unless you're there. This is just the NASA coverage on YouTube. I know NSF has got some coverage going on. I think they're just showing the NASA coverage, or maybe their own cameras. I'm not sure, but NASA's gonna have the most options of pictures because they can get closer with cameras if they so choose. So all the other guys are stuck at the press sites. But I had their press conference this morning too. They had with Jared and the 4 astronauts. So they are ready to go. I hope they show when they do the wet dress. They're not actually putting the crew on there, but I hope they show some close-ups of them prepping Orion on the pad. Of course I get skelly shit. Why wouldn't I? I heard it. I don't see. Oh, it's behind me. Decided to not attack. All right. What's a rock? Oh, what did he really do to me? Nothing. Good. Is this guy coming here too? No. No, he's just sitting there. Yep, you know me, Wire. I'm a nerd through and through. Oh, it's not this fork here. What am I looking at that? Figured do some, oh wait, is it all the way down, is it Lost Goldport? Must be. Yep. Okay. Oh, it's going slower than a person walking. When they were showing close-ups earlier of people walking behind it, they had to walk slowly to not run into it. It's crazy how slow that crawler is. Just the fact that they have to have a water truck running in front of it, wetting everything down, because when that thing goes across the river rock, it crushes the rock, and they basically explode because it's crushing them, and they want to keep the dust down. So they have to water it before they crush the rock with this giant, incredibly heavy crawler with a rocket on it. So, it's crazy. Same thing they did with the shuttle and whatnot, so. Oh. Stupid ads. I swear I bought the bait. What the heck? Weird. Can't put these in either one of those crates up there, huh? Huh? Not that one. Not that one. Fine. I'm going here. These for Valgills. And ads are done. But yeah, no, it's crazy how that thing crushes the rock, and they gotta water it in front of it so it doesn't kick up all the dust as they pop all the river rock. But yeah, no, I just decided to put that on stream today and do some fishing. I'm just hitting the. This is the third fort in a row that's popped on the server, and there's another sloop that's doing them. So they come up and do the fort, and I just sit there and fish. And we've got an agreement not to attack each other. And we're on PC, so we can type and talk properly. The hell? Oh, that was the fort. Like, what was that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have to do the math. I'm not sure what 1 mile an hour is, like inches per second. But I'm sure it's not a big number. Now the question is the other sloop, that's the silly Reaper one, is the other sloop coming? Am I going to have a friend, or am I just going to sit back here and hide the whole time? Probably just sit back here and hide the whole time. Yep, just here to fish, but you know, unless it's the one sloop I've already talked to, somebody else can come along and not know that and just lay into me. So I gotta be ready. Let's see. Put the cannonball stuff away. I'm actually not sitting at a desk. I sit in the living room on the couch. I put OBS and web browsers and stuff on my big screen TV, and I got a monitor, big monitor that I put the video game on, and a tablet for chat. I sit on the couch with a mouse and keyboard on a lap thingy and put my feet up, almost like chilling fishing. So it's not much different. And the doggo sleeps next to me. Okay, he's there. Let me see if I can adjust things here. Where can I put this stuff to make it work? So if I put my game up top. There. Then have I started the ALF cam? Let's see. That app is not the thing that starts the cam. It does not look like I have. Hold please, we'll get the ALF cam up and you can see the dog sitting in my recliner. That's now his. While I sit on the couch and play video game. Who needs a desk? I have a perfectly good couch. an eye around me. I'm in a good hidden spot behind it now, but only problem is I then can't see other people. That looks like a boat over there. Like this. Alright, so now I should have a camera. Hit this button. That button. There it goes. He was being pokey starting. Here we go. Turn that off. And I turn this on. And now we have both an ALF cam and a video game and a rocket. What better Saturday morning could there be? That's not a fresh spawn, it doesn't look. Where's my buddy? Come to the fort. Or don't. I'll just sit here behind it and fish and get lots of fish. That's fine too. Alright. We'll go that route. I can watch this guy from over here. I have not done a live face cam. I don't have any plans to either. I'm not a I'm a bad looking person, but I've also just I don't want to put my face. I don't like looking at myself, and then I have to look at myself every time I look at my VODs, and that's not enjoyable. I wish I had music, because this fort's just going to be here forever with no music now. It is still up, right? Yeah, okay. I got teeth above me. We're good. That's not where I want to put that. I'm just a nerd that likes to share games and fun. If you need my face, then you're going to be disappointed. The game was slightly off the top. And I'm not a girl, or a female, or a woman, or whatever you'd like to say for that. That's what gets views. I don't have anything to show. There you go. That's cool. That's why I got the little alpha dog down there. He at least talks and bounces when I talk. I've got that set up at least, but that'd be the only thing I would do. Are you a male or a female VTuber? Not that it matters to me. I'm just curious because I don't see many male VTuber models. They mostly end up being female models. Okay. I just haven't seen many male. I know there are some out there. I just haven't seen them. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So what, again, just curious, what made you pick a female model over a male model? Or is that just, or male models just not a thing? I am not familiar with the VTuber world very much. Or is it for the views? I mean, that's a perfectly valid answer. Is it, well, the female models get more views than male models, and I don't doubt that. Yeah. I don't have a full, and it'd be easy enough to put a camera in to capture my face movement for a VTuber model like that, but that's why I just have the dog right now that bounces and opens his mouth when I talk. Simple OBS plug-in to do it. So. Yeah, no, that's what I figured. Yeah. That's what I was doing too, Chunky. Like I was trying to figure out, is there something other than what I've got now that would work? And I just, to your point of it just didn't fit the stream, the kind of streams that I do. That's why I haven't done it yet. Yeah, it's probably got the one for Crew 12 in there now. That's for sure. But that kind of shows you the scale of things. I mean, granted, that's a horizontal integration facility, not a vertical one, so it's different. But still, that rocket is enormous compared to the Falcon rocket. So. Now we got 2 Reapers, Jess? What's going on over here? What shenanigans are transpiring on this server? Is this going to become a Reaper Alliance server? And I'll just join their alliance to get credit for everything like we did last night. Oh. Okay. That's the hourglass fight. He's got Reaper's chest on him. Interesting. Yeah, no, they've definitely said they are, 39A is just kind of going to wind down. Mainly, if they're launching from that all the time with just regular Falcon launches, they aren't getting, they're having to pause work on the new tower and trench and all the GSE and everything all the time, and that's just going to slow the progress. I know they want to start launching starships this year at the Cape, but they got to get some successful, good launches before they start doing that, I feel, with this V3 rocket. And I don't know how long that's going to take. But that is... Oh, I should have kept that one. That would have been my last Umber. Son of a... I just saw a splash tail and chopped it off. I only needed 2, and I had 1 earlier already. Suck. Probably the Cape. I feel like Starbase is going to just be their, still just kind of be a production and test facility. Like they will test new versions and new hardware and things like that from there, because they've only got the 2 pads, and I don't think they're going to be able to get much more there just because of the nature of the swamp that it's sitting on. But I feel like it's going to be from the Cape. Really? Okay. I mean, I could see that because the argument against what I said would be that they control launch licenses or launching, like having they're the range basically for that. SpaceX runs it. So if they want to do something out of the ordinary that they normally have to wait for the Space Force and NASA and everybody to agree on from the Cape, they can do something strange from Texas, and it probably be a faster process. They still need launch licenses from the FAA and everything, but that's just to get through the airspace, so that wouldn't be the biggest thing. I think anything from Starbase will be stuff that's experimental or that has a chance to go pop, because they don't want they can't afford to destroy something at the Cape that's not theirs. They destroy something in Starbase, it's theirs, and it's their problem to deal with. So, yeah, like McGregor, they test fire every single engine they manufacture there. all the Merlins, all the Raptors, everything. So no, I frequently have NSFs. I'll have Starbase Live, McGregor Live, and Cape Space Coast Live all up at the same time while I'm working during the day, just to catch anything crazy that happens. Because they work 24/7 in those places, and you never know when you're going to see something. Now, some of the pops they've had recently at Starbase, at the, whatchamacallit, Massey's, those have not been planned pops. They do test to destruction sometimes on those test tanks, but ship and boosters. They got to figure. I feel like they've got to figure out their COPVs. I feel that's. I've seen them wrapping them more now with more protective covers while they transport them. So maybe they figured out what was damaging them in transit or installation. Ooh, bittersweet, yeah. Need lots of those. Who needs to dive to a fort when I can just come to a fort to sit here and nobody comes and bothers me? What kind of other stuff do you do on your stream? I'd go look at your VODs, but I'm kind of in the middle of something. what games do you play, or what do you do? What's your most common thing on stream? Other than watching other nerds like me watch space stuff and do nerdy things. I do need seafoam, so I'll grab that guy. Are you a chronologically advanced space nerd like myself and Wire? Not to give Wire's age away, but we're up there for people that stream on Twitch. Or are you just getting into space recently with all the new stuff that's been happening? Okay, the last five, 6-ish years. Okay, 5 years. We're just into 26. So I'm just gonna guess. Did the Demo 2 mission on SpaceX at the beginning of the pandemic, when they launched Bob and Doug, was that what kind of got you interested into it more? When we started launching humans from the U.S. again? Okay, there you go. I knew it. That's that is one of the things that I don't think anybody in our government understands, is that when you don't have to make a big deal out of it, but when you get information out and you get people excited about the missions, SpaceX did a great job at, like, this is the first time we're going to launch humans. This is a big deal, and they make it important sounding and exciting, it gets people excited. And who knows? One of those people may be the next astronaut or the next, maybe not an Elon, but somebody that starts a company that does well and doesn't post on social media. How about that? I love SpaceX. I could do without the chief financial input to the company. But yeah, no, that's cool to see what gets people into space. I think hopefully this will start getting people there when we get pictures of people seeing the moon, going to the moon again. Hopefully it pulls another what happened 50 years or 50 plus years ago now. But there's so much stuff happening. So many different types of vehicles and space stations that are getting built that are going to get launched commercially rather than just the ISS. And it's an exciting time for space, for sure. I was kind of sad when, I could have got, oh, whatever. Waste the grubs. I was kind of sad when they canceled the Dear Moon mission, or when the guy that bought the Dear Moon mission, pulled out just because he thought it was going to happen faster than it actually did. Like, did you really think Starship was going to be ready in 2025? Really? Or 4? When you say you watched it live, did you watch it on a stream live, or are you in Florida and you're able to go see it live? Because I'm a little jealous of if it's the latter. Nice, that's cool. Was it as bright as everybody makes it out to be? It was like a sun in the sky basically going up as it went up. The video made it get really bright, but obviously video is one thing versus, yeah, okay. Do you live in Florida? Do you live in the area, or did you just go there specifically to go see Artemis, the launch? Okay, you live in Texas. And you can love in Texas too, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But have you been to Starbase then, since you're in Texas? I'm guessing you've probably been to Houston then go see all that stuff. Yeah, I was in Starbase, it was April of 24. And I timed it where they had a booster on the pad and they tested it, and then I was sitting on the road as they lifted it off the pad and onto the SPMT, and it was just crazy. I took so many pictures and video, and none of them did it any justice for what I saw. But I definitely plan on going to Florida. I'm in Georgia, so I'm a little closer to Florida when they start launching there. And I'll be making more trips to that when they start launching starships there. It's more of just you've got to be able to have the time right now to see some of this stuff, like Artemis II. Who knows? It took how long for them to get Artemis 1 off the ground, right? 2 is going to be similar probably, in that you can't just go down there for a day and expect it to launch that day. You're going to have to be there for a week or so. But I'd like to see it. This one's probably not going to happen because it's too soon for me. But maybe 3, which would be our first moon landing. I'll probably go for that one. So will probably a bajillion other people. But that's fine. But hey, I drove 19 hours straight from here to Starbase to go see stuff there for a week, and I just can't do that again. That was too much. Could have stopped in the middle, but then it would have wasted a day. So, how's my boat facing this direction all of a sudden? All right, whatever. Nobody can see me. They don't want it to. That's pretty close to 39A there. I mean, it goes right in front of it, but there is a decent amount of distance between where it's sitting and where those towers actually are. When you look at a map. So, but because it's not taller than the Starship Tower for sure. It's close. The tower is. The rocket isn't. But wow. 5, 8, and 10. I gotta remember what flights those were. What they did on those. 6 was the first catch, wasn't it? So you weren't there for that one? Catch this fish. I gotta go look and see what they did on those flights. I forget what milestones they were hitting. Let's see here. Starship. So much stuff here. So 5 was... No, that was their first... 5 was their booster landing. Okay. So you saw their first booster landing. Nice. That was just... My mouth was wide open. I didn't know what to say when I saw that happening. And then 7 was a landing. So then 8. Oh, so 8 was a landing as well. Okay, they have caught 3. So yeah, so you've seen 2 landings of the booster, or 2 catches of the booster. The launch wasn't so great on 8, but or the second stage wasn't so great. The ship wasn't so great, but. And then you saw 10 as well. That was just that was block 2. So that was in the block 2 a bit. That was the first successful block 2 ship. Okay. We'll see how these block 3 ones go. And you should be back. It is still crawling. They do. They really do. They've got to figure out a better way to do them. I know they were trying some stuff with like inline ads that would pop up below your stream or kind of shrink your stream a little bit and be on the side. I don't know where those went. Maybe they just didn't do as well, but I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't do as well. But they just don't let you skip. Like, do what YouTube does. You get 5 seconds, and you can skip them. Make the advertisers get their message across in 5 seconds, rather than 30 or a minute. To be fair, some YouTube ads, if you don't skip them, they can last for many minutes, and they can ramble on about something and not actually say anything of substance for 5 minutes. But this is still up, right? Yeah. That's like I said. I hate not having any music, but I also don't mind it because I can hear stuff. I have Twitch Turbo, so I don't see any ads anywhere on Twitch. And that I also don't subscribe to anybody because of that. But aside from my Prime, that whenever I remember that I have it, I'll give it to whoever I'm watching. But I watch more Twitch than YouTube, so I don't have YouTube Premium or whatever it's called to get rid of those ads. I had an ad blocker for a while, but it's always a cat and mouse thing. Like, it'll work and then it'll stop working, or it'll start breaking stuff because YouTube changed something to combat it, and then the ad blocker will change and fix that problem, but then YouTube will do something else and break it again. It's just frustrating. So I just turned it off, but ads are so obnoxious in general. I swear to Tai Chi, according to YouTube ads, Tai Chi should fix my life. Everything about me would be better if I do Tai Chi. Or get a bearskin hoodie. Because I'm a man, and men don't wear layers. I hate that so much. I will never buy one simply because they're so cringe. I should probably look at the map and see what's going on around me right now, huh? Nothing around me. That boat didn't know where to turn in. That, clearly, because it's just sitting at Daggertooth. And there's a fire meg. So I have single-handedly killed the server. Cool. That means I got a free fort for a while. Arrgh. You huffing and puffing over there, Alf. And you just gagged yourself. You good? Crazy dog. Already 1 o'clock, jeez. Oh, why did my chat not show up for... Oh, I do see you chatting over there, huh? I do look at YouTube chat, but I just wasn't paying attention to it for a second there. I've got it up. I see your stuff there. Sorry. You're welcome to be on either platform. Doesn't matter to me. My browser was scrolled up just so slightly, and I didn't see the recent chat. Yeah, it's getting there. Almost off this view. Don't know if we're going to get a camera turn, or they got another camera to put on it here soon. I am in the fog. Holy crap, getting thick. Hey, we got a camera turn. Answer the question. Oh, it got out of focus. Damn. There we go. It moves so slow, it just looks like we're looking at a camera staring at a launch pad, and that thing could just launch at any point in time. If you didn't know what you were looking at, you wouldn't realize this thing was on treads moving right now. That's a questionable statement. It uses flight-proven technology, but the shuttle had its issues too. So, like the solid rocket boosters are shuttle-derived. They're just a little longer. They've got more rings on them. The center core is... Oh, Saturn V had... The Saturn program, the Apollo program went through many problems. People died on that program. So, it's not for its being perfect. There's not been a spacecraft that has been perfect. The shuttle was actually... Yeah, but I don't categorize blowing up as being the only failure, right? You can have failures of other types that aren't catastrophic, but could be deadly or just make the mission fail. So, like Apollo 13, that whole mission was a successful failure because they had a massive failure on the lunar module, and they were able to get home alive somehow. So there's always problems. The space is hard. I mean, that's the saying that everybody says is space is hard, and it is hard. So nothing is perfect. The shuttle was a fantastic vehicle. It was actually one of the most risky vehicles to fly somebody on, though. Because, and some of that had to do with how the solid rocket boosters and the fuel tank, but a lot of that had also to do with the shuttle itself. The plane, if you want to call it a plane, was really a flying brick. But there was very little opportunity to survive any problem going up on ascent. It was very, very risky. And yet we put school teachers on there and just random people. So, I mean, it was... The level of risk of flying the shuttle was high compared to other vehicles. So it was higher than Saturn V. It was higher than some other vehicles that have existed over the years. But nothing is perfect. So just because it's old technology doesn't mean it's better technology. Yeah, no, SLS is different. It definitely has... I mean, that was one of the corrections... I say corrections. That's one of the things they pulled forward from the Apollo era. There was a flight aboard on Apollo as well, and they made sure that was part of this, even though it was using shuttle technology. And one big difference is that the Orion capsule is on the top of the core stage, and the shuttle was mounted on the side of it. So it was... Aborting the shuttle with the fuel tank attached was difficult. And that you couldn't just eject from the shuttle. They had ejection seats early on. They would have died if they used them, though, they figured out. So they took them out. They had a way for them to open the hatch on the shuttle, and they had a pole that would go out, and they could slide out and parachute out. They've determined that would have killed them, too, if they had to use it. So the shuttle had had very little way to abort. This at least does. Yeah, it does have a flight abort system. Are there spots that are riskier than others where that may or may not fully protect them? Sure. But that's space flight. The space flight is not something for the faint of heart. And really, the external tank is modified. Yes, it's the fact that you're sitting on top of it is what fixes the problem that the shuttle had with the external fuel tank. The problem the shuttle had was the Sophie, that orange foam on the outside, would break off and hit the shuttle and damage its heat shield. This doesn't have that problem because if it falls off, it hits nothing. So, and it literally is an external fuel tank, and they've extended it and they've changed the top features of it and stuff, but it literally is the fuel tank. And then they've got, obviously built the 4 RS-25 engines on the bottom of it, which the fuel tank didn't have before. That was the shuttle that had the RS-25s on it, the actual vehicle. But they are the RS-25 engines from the shuttle, and the ones they're flying now are still ones that they had in storage. They'd already built for the shuttle. They never used them. They are building modified ones. If we get beyond 5, there'll be some, or maybe it's 4 they get them. I'm not sure. Some modern design with a little more power to them and just modern technology in them. So, environmentally friendly for the RS-25s, yes, because they use hydrogen in there as their fuel. The solid rocket motors, that's another story. Those aren't very friendly to the environment. Those just burn a solid peanut butter-like material that you don't want to be any part of that exhaust. So there's good and bad. Everything that humankind does on this planet, there's always good and there's bad. There is better for the environment, and there's not as good for the environment. There's nothing that's perfect. We are innately hurting the environment. I mean, that's just the human nature at this point. But yes, the water vapor is a nice byproduct of the launch. But the solids don't help that. They kind of offset that friendliness of the center core. Obviously, like the Falcon 9, they've got, because it's a Carolox engine, that just puts out black soot all over the rocket when it's coming back down. You see it, and it's not great for the environment, but in the grand scheme of things, we do a lot more harm with airplanes and cars than these spacecraft will ever do, until we get to the point where we're flying them like airplanes. So, it's all a matter of relative to what are we speaking. Like, is it environmentally friendly compared to, say, the rockets that China's been initially launching, where they use a lot of hypergolics? Oh yeah, a lot more environmentally friendly than those. When you see the red smoke come out of the rockets that China and other countries launch, that's hypergolics, and that stuff is toxic as heck. So relative to that, sure. Relative to a hybrid or electric car, well, let's just talk about exhaust. Let's not talk about what goes into manufacturing, because the manufacturing of both rockets and hybrid and electric cars is toxic. But the exhaust compared to an electric car, yeah, well, it's much. The rocket is way worse than an electric car, but it's all about what you're comparing it to. And by no means am I saying we shouldn't launch, because they're not as environmentally friendly as other forms of transportation. We definitely should be doing this. This is human nature to explore and learn what we don't know. So, and space is much more vast than this tiny little planet that we're on. We need to take care of this planet, but we also need to explore. Otherwise, we just turn into a parasite on this planet and we kill it. And that's no good. Well, no, it's definitely a very interesting rocket. It does have flight-proven hardware on it, but a lot of it's modified. Yeah, I don't think it's any more reliable than any other. I mean, there are rockets that never made it successfully, but I don't think it's any more reliable than, or more reliable than, say, the Falcon rockets. I mean, those things have been flown and landed hundreds of times. So, that's got a lot of reliability in it. This thing's only flown once. We don't know what the second flight's going to do. I hope everything goes smoothly and it runs flawlessly, but you never know. Well, so nuclear rockets is an interesting thing. Nuclear wouldn't be so much for launching off of Earth. It would be more so for when it's in space. So one of the first nuclear tests they're looking at doing is using a reactor on the moon for power in the lunar night, because you can't get solar when you're on the dark side of the moon. So, and that's kind of the start to test out how nuclear would work in space. You wouldn't necessarily have a nuclear engine launching from Earth, but if it did, I think you would basically have the same exhaust as you would for the center core on the RS-25s, because it's just water cooling it, right? It's the nuclear reaction that's getting you the power and turning a turbine or whatever, turning a turbo pump or whatever that is. You're not even putting fuel into it anymore. So your exhaust, if anything, is steam. So, I don't know. I don't know enough about that technology to speak too intelligently, but I don't know. I don't think the idea is to launch with nuclear. I think the idea is to have nuclear-powered spacecraft. So, like, going to Mars, not that Starship's going to be nuclear-powered, but for larger craft going to Mars and even Starship, how do you power that thing? And it's not going to be with cryogenic fuels. There's just no way that's possible. So, I think that's where the nuclear is really going to come into play. It's an interesting topic. I know that's what they're pushing for here soon, is to start getting into the nuclear. And I am all for seeing what they're going to do, what their plans are. I'm waiting to see what proposals come up. So I know there was, I read about one last night, I think, actually. I don't remember who it was, but it was talking about a reactor on the moon. And that was one of the first things they're going to have to do, just to make sure that when people are up there, they've got power through the night. And we don't have to have a bunch of batteries sitting on the surface. It was supposed to be on Ares 1. They also talked about trying to put it onto a Falcon Heavy or a Vulcan, because SLS was so expensive and slow to build. That didn't come to fruition, though, just because it was too complicated to get those to mate up together. I don't know what's going to happen with Orion after 5. I don't know what's going to happen with SLS after 5, to be fair. I have very high doubts that it will continue beyond 5. I feel like by that point, by 2030, we're going to have some other vehicles that are going to get us there more effectively. Hopefully Blue Origin's got their stuff going. SpaceX has their stuff. There are other companies looking at various ways of getting to the moon. So we'll see. One of the biggest problems with NASA since the Apollo program was we did not have a directive of we need to do X by Y. It was just, oh, what do we want to do today? We had the Constellation program in the early 2000s. That got canceled because it was over budget and there wasn't support for it anymore. The problem is that a lot of NASA's budget, A, got cut, and B, was driven by, well, how can we get constituents in our districts, for whoever senators or representatives wanted to have the space manufacturing and whatnot in their districts. How do we get the money there? And it wasn't so much what overarching program are we building for? What's our goal? So, not that I'm a huge fan of the Orange Man, but I am a fan of Jared Isaacman, and I'm trusting in him that he feels like there is a direction and a directive now to get this moon landing done and continue beyond that. So if that actually continues, then we might actually see a moon landing before China. But we'll have to see. We don't have the famous, we don't have a cool famous Kennedy speech like, we want to go to the moon and do the things that are hard because they're hard, not because they're easy, because they're hard. We don't have that, but at least we have a direction now. It's not just, oh, we're just going to support the space station for the next 25 years and launch occasionally on a piece of hardware that's that might kill somebody and did kill people multiple times. So I hope we're in a better place now. And it's nice to have, not that Bill Nelson wasn't an astronaut, because he was a member of Congress that flew as an astronaut, but we've had a lot of politicians and people that have no connection to space other than maybe they were on a committee or something in Congress. We actually have somebody that's been to space twice now. He's younger. He's not, they called Bill Nelson Skeletor because he was so old. but we got somebody younger in there that has successful businesses, has managed a space flight and multiple space flights, and sees what goes into them now, and not just somebody that sits behind a desk. So I'm hopeful at this point for NASA, and I'm glad their budget at this point has not been cut in what we've seen in proposals. So that's good. Yeah, Dragon XL would have been the bigger fairings, is what that is, that they'll put on that. But it would have been on a heavy, with basically Orion on top of it as if it was a bigger fairing. But it wasn't going to work. There were too many things that would have had to change on both vehicles, both the Falcon and the Orion, to get that done, and it was just too much risk, I think. I gotta be careful. I just feel like I'm fishing on bought time right now. Like, I feel like I'm gonna get rolled up on and destroyed any second. But yeah, I have some hopes for NASA these days, at least. And like I said, I love SpaceX. I wish their leader was a little more level-headed and reasonable. But I like Gwen Shotwell. She's awesome. She's an amazing executive at that company. He's done incredible stuff. I have a Starlink. Not that I think everybody needs a Starlink, but I have one for a road trip. It's they've done some cool things. Blue Origin's doing the same. So is Rocket Lab, and I'm drawing a total blank on the one that is doing the aerospike thing now. Man, drawing a blank. Yeah, it's moving. It's there. You can see it move a pixel at a time. That's what I was going to do. My fog is raising. I can see stuff again. I wanted to see. So there are 63,360 inches in a mile. So it's doing a mile an hour, doing 1,056 inches a minute. So it's moving about 18 inches a second. That's so slow. That's like moving. My feet are about 12 inches long, so like moving 1.5 feet of mine every second. That's funny. Let me check my map. Well, that's actually in front of me down here. Damn. Okay. It means there's other boats on this server. They're just not creepers. So maybe they're just wondering, why is this fort sitting up? Well, there's this crummy little sloop hiding behind it, fishing. Let me adjust the well, he's probably about to move, but I will adjust the alpha cam just in case he doesn't move. There's the fur face. Alright, how many more I got? I should probably, I'm going to fish 3 more. And we're going to cook so they're ready. I just want to see us right now start with step one of staying on the moon for more than a handful of hours. People living there. Just like we do on the space station. That will be when I know we have made progress. That's about as harsh of an environment as you're going to get with no atmosphere. Good testing ground for going beyond. I don't know how many more of these I need. Got 3 on me. I've got 8 more in there, so that's 11. Battle gills, battle gills. My battle gill, let's go. I know I've probably sold a couple, but I only needed 13, so I'll get 2 more of them if I get them, but we'll stop picking those up here shortly. We'll get some more bittersweets here soon. Alright, one more of these buggers. I'll stop getting jades. I don't think I even need them. Actually, no, I could look at my accommodation. That would tell me what I need. Alright, so if we look at reputation, Hunter's Call, commendations, battle guilds. I only need 11 more. Okay, so I don't need to get those anymore. Cool. Cool. We will stop catching those. Oh yeah, no, this is Sea of Thieves. It is all you can play solo without other people on the servers in a certain way, but you get less reputation and whatnot. But it's by default you're on a server with 4 or 5 other boats, potentially up to, I forget how many players they cap it at. That would be 12 or 14 other people at a time, potentially. So I could get rolled up at any point and somebody could just sink me. I'm done. So that's why I keep checking the map occasionally, just to see if there's anything, any Reapers are the faction that their ships show on the map, and they're supposed to be aggressive. They're not always aggressive, but they're supposed to be aggressive. So I keep an eye out on the horizon for boats coming toward me. And this thing I'm at's got a big skull in the sky above this island. It's technically an event that people do to get loot, and I'm just sitting here fishing. So somebody could come and try to do that and think, oh, I'm not friendly, and thank me. So I just keep checking stuff. Yep, I'm just peacefully fishing. This is actually a decent fort, a decent location for this event to be, because it's on the lower edge of the map here. I'm here, and there's not much in front of me. Most people are going to spawn everywhere else, but because of the way this island is set up, I'm sitting behind it, and they can't see my boat sitting here from most directions on the map. They'd have to be down in this part of the world, which I can look at to even see that I'm here. So I don't see any reapers. That little mark is a fire megalodon that I could go fight if I want to. Actually, there's a reaper right there. He just spawned in at Morrow's Peak. Maybe? An odd direction to be sailing out of Morrow's Peak. Maybe he dove there? Or is it an hourglass fight? I'm not sure. But that's what I'm watching out for. He's way away from me, so I'm not too concerned yet, but I am. And he can't see me here yet. If he was a Reaper 5, he would see that I have my Hunter's Call emissary flag up and be able to see me on the map. So I think I'm going to start cooking some fish so they're ready to turn in. I got a lot of fish to cook. Nope. There we go. Yep, it can be a peaceful fishing game. Last night when I was playing with Wire Wizard, who was in the chat earlier, and then some others, it was not so peaceful. We happened to land on a server with 4 other boats that were in an alliance, and they were all Reapers, and they were selling stuff, and we joined their alliance because somebody left their flag up to allow us to join it, and we got some angry fellas coming after us. We ended up thinking them all in the end, but not after we got sunk a couple times and we stole a bunch of their loot. It was fun. So this is the calm before the storm, which we'll probably do the same thing again tonight. I'll take a break between then and now, but and these fish cook because they sell for more when they're cooked. What you doing, Mr. Ralph? I'm gonna say hello. It's only 1:30, bud. We got a little bit of time before we take our break. Oh, I needed to keep that one out. He's not cooked yet. And we'll get this guy. And that. How many is this? We got 8, 9, and 16, 19, 21 fish so far. This fort. But yeah, no, that was my plan today, just to peacefully fish, not go pack people and be distracted, so I could have a calm little rocket roll in the background. I want all those 2 slots. What's that Reaper guy doing? He's gone. So he dove, either sank or he dove probably to another server. Because he didn't want a regular old fort, which is why you fish at regular old forts, because nobody wants to do them because they're not as valuable. Those. I got those guys to do. That's just a rock out there, right? No, that's just that island. I think I'm going to do these first because you use the restroom and they take a little longer to cook. So I'm going to do that while I do a quick AFK. Big fish. Big fish. All right. I will be right back. You mean when you're streaming or just chatting in streams like this when you're watching the streams? Because if it's the latter, I am a lurker. I don't chat at all in other people's streams. I just watch them. So I totally understand that. Not everybody has to chat. If everybody chatted, it'd be chaos. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's I'm a lurker myself, so and I'm only streaming this just because a few friends want to watch occasionally or whatever that is. I'm not here to be a high quality entertainer or anything. So if I'm just streaming and playing games and nobody's saying anything, that's fine. As long as you're enjoying what you're watching, I don't care. I am an introvert at heart, so the fact that I'm streaming is kind of surprising. I would be happy as a clam living in the middle of nowhere around no one and just relaxing. Alf would not like that, though, would you, Alf? Because you wouldn't get to see people or other doggies as much. One day when I retire, I'll get there. Slowly moving away from the camera now. Definitely see it moving now. On that. Both gonna finish at the same time, right? Yep. 2 little fish to 1 big fish. And the last 2, I think. Yep. Cool. And we will continue fishing, because nobody's rolled up on me yet. Could probably go up on the port and just have a... Well, no, because then I'll probably get the skellies that aggro me and shoot me in the back while I'm down here, so never mind. We can just drop sail and run if somebody does roll up. It's fine. Alright. I don't have any place to put those earthworms, do I? No. Okay. More grubs. I'm just in shock that nobody has come yet. I fully expect it to happen any second. So no more jade battle gills. That's the rule now. We just need sky, rum, bittersweet, and sand. Nope, I know you're a trophy, but I'm just trying to get my counts in. I will take an umber splash tail, though. I need 1 more of those, I think. I don't know how many more sea foams. Look at those accommodations here in a second. I'll take a sky. I think we're getting close on that even. I've got like 4 in the crate already. No, I needed 18 though, so I'm probably not as close as I think I am. Oh, you little butt. You were one little click away from being reeled in. And you started pulling again. I'll get you. There we go. Splash tails. 1 umber. 6 more sea foam. I need to look at sky battle gills until this fish either lanes or doesn't. Like sky. Battle gills. I was 14 away there. 18 there, so I've got 4 already, so 14 left. Got 2 on me, so 12. I don't need you. How many are in this crate? 1, 4 more in there. I'm down to 8. 8 more skies. And I need a crap ton of rum and bittersweet. I have not seen a single sand. Nope. What you staring at, Al? What? Am I not cuddling hard enough with you? Huh? You not close enough to my leg? Ooh, run back. Take that. 100%. red rum color. I hope these spawn more at sunset and sunrise. Because they're red. I don't know. I'm making stuff up now. Nope. More jades. No more jades. What? Your name is not Jade, Alf. Alf. What? You just need all the scratchies in the world, don't you? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The noise is coming out of your mouth right now. Yeah. I think I need this still. I'm gonna grab it. I gotta check my accommodations. We had a bunch from earlier. I wasn't too far off on them. Seafoam. Where am I on seafoam? Water. Seafoam splash tails. I'm at 44 of 50. Need 6 more. And we got 2, so 4 more. Okay. Man, I could have been done with umbers if I had just not broken the line multiple times when I got an umber splash tail. Oh well. Could have been completely done with splash tails. Good afternoon, PJ. How is your afternoon and evening going? I bring you big rocket rolling really slow and fishing. Alpha's not in the camera view at the moment, so I cannot bring you Alpha. Oh, I'm assuming that means you're getting ill right now, so that's not good. Hopefully you'll recover quickly. Alpha and I are fine. Alpha's being as usual staring at me self while I sit on the couch and play games, because clearly cuddling with me on the couch is not enough. But other than that, we're good. Just watching a rocket roll and fishing, and we'll take a break here in a little bit before the rest of the crew gets on. John and Morton wire, and we'll see if we can't infiltrate an Alliance server again tonight. Because if you missed it last night, PJ, that was a thing. We dove to an Alliance server with 4 Alliance Reapers. They sank us a couple times, but we ended up sinking all of them, and they all left. And we got their loot. So, and we got part of their alliance while they were selling the loot. So that was fun. It was a very energetic server. I shot a man in the face with a cannonball as he harpooned to our ship. That was fun. We'll start getting some more WoW content next week, because free patch for Midnight is next week. And there's also a fantasy extraction shooter going to 1.0 next week, so we'll probably check that out as well. They're trying to market it as more of an extraction / MMO shooter, which I'm not sure I agree with, but we'll see. I last played that in maybe May, so they've come a long way since they went to early access, I imagine. Hopefully. But for now, it's fishing this weekend, just cuz I have a bar, I have a number that I can make go up, and I'm going to make that number go up. So we're going to fish. How many more did I say I needed? I need 4 more? Is this really 2 of the 4 that I need? I've got 2 in there, got 2 in my person. I needed 6, right? Short-term memory sucks on the weekends. Yeah, I need 6. I need 2 more of them. I was going to say, is all of that even confirmed? I know I think Witcher 4 is coming out. I don't know when that is, but I wasn't sure about the DLC. Yeah, the time is always the problem. As much as it'd be fun to be one of these streamers that has enough viewers and subs and tips to live off of, we're not that. So we have to do normal work during the week, and evenings and weekends and whatnot. Ah, okay. I hope that's for the good, and it's not that they're pulling people off of finishing Witcher 4 to make the DLC to appease people. I hope they had it already in the can, ready to go, or close to go, and they're finishing it and alongside full power on Witcher 4. I actually, I have not played any of the Witchers. I take that back. I played Witcher 3 for about 10 minutes, and I stopped. I don't know why I stopped. I don't remember why it was. I think it was probably a time issue. But I've never actually played fully through any of the Witchers. That may make me a sinner in your eyes, but I'm sorry. I have it. I own it. And I don't think I paid for it. I think I got it for free. I think I got like the... whatever the biggest edition is of it that gives you everything. I probably got it as a free, either an Epic Game Store thing or a Steam code I got somehow. Or maybe it was a Prime gaming thing when that was still a thing. I just never played them. I've played all the Assassin's Creeds. But I've never played a Witcher. So it is, so maybe that's why I stopped playing it. Is it was slow at the beginning. I was just like, this is just like, eh. And I don't need, I'm old. I don't need action-packed, have to have Twitch reactions to everything constantly. It's just, I wasn't getting into the story of it, so. Maybe I'll give that a shot at some point before 4 comes out. Assassin's Creed Origins was a good one. I've played them going back a ways as well. I'm probably halfway through the most recent one, the Assassin's Creed, the one that's based in Asia, that I'm drawing a total blank on the name. Shadows, yes. Nothing wrong with Shadows. I actually... Oh, this dog. Sees a car outside and he yells at it. There's nothing wrong with it. I think I actually like the combat in Shadows. It's probably one of the smoother ones I've played in a while. It's just, it's kind of like Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It feels too big. Like, I don't mind repetitive stuff because you have to have some repetitive stuff. I'm fishing in Sea of Thieves. This is very repetitive, so I don't mind it. It's just I don't feel like I was getting anything. There was too much, maybe, in Odyssey. I don't think I ever finished Odyssey. Well, I might have finished the main story, but I didn't do much of the side stuff at all. Shadows, I feel like I was starting to hit that, so I kind of took a break from it. Black Flag was definitely very good. I like Black Flag. That was our first attempt at naval stuff. And then they tried to do... I didn't mean to do that. I hit the wrong button. What was the Skull and Bones was to build off of the Black Flag's naval combat into its own game, and it just kind of I think people still play Skull and Bones. I bought it. I was somewhat hyped for it because it was potentially a Sea of Thieves, right? It didn't turn out to be, but it was still fun for the time that I played it. It just wasn't something I'd keep going on. No, it definitely was. I mean, it did not... My expectations were not met. Was it a fun game in of its own right if you played it a little bit? Sure. But it wasn't what I wanted at the time. It wasn't what I was looking for. I had fun in it. I had fun in it for a while. But I didn't... I played basically from launch until I was max level, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. So it was a one-time play and done thing. But yeah, I think AC is just getting bigger and bigger. I mean, the Shadows, the world, that's one thing you can never say about the Assassin's Creed game. No matter how repetitive and big or whatever your problem with it is, they're beautiful. They're beautiful maps. Like, Shadows is gorgeous. But... And like I played what was the shoot, I didn't want the Ruby Splash Tail. Wasted my bait. What was the one that was the Valhalla? Yeah, you finished what I was trying to look for by accident. I played all of Valhalla. I haven't played the DLCs for it, but I played the base game all the way through. I don't know, I probably got close to 100% in it. The main thing that kept me going there was just the scenery. I thought it was... I wanted to see everything. So, and that's kind of what keeps me going on AC, on Assassin's Creed Shadows and stuff now is, yeah, it's gotten repetitive in big maps, but it's just I want to see all the details and all of the places because it's done so well. And yeah, the Shadows... Shadows and Odyssey, I mean, all of them, they're based off of real life places. Obviously, they're gamified, but you can recognize some of the stuff from real life, or even if it's just the architecture. Maybe it's not exactly the specific building or whatever it is. The architecture and stuff they base off of real life stuff. Now, obviously, the stories are all fictitious. But it's still a very... They do there's a name for it, for what they do, their subject matter collection, when they collect all the different pictures and scenery that they want to include in it from real life. They do very well at mocking that up and mimicking that in the games. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm the exact same way in every game I play. This game even. I mean, this doesn't have it's not the same type of thing where you have a map where you can look at different question marks and go to all the different points of interest. It's just, if I'm playing alone, oh, it's my last one. Don't screw this up, Bliss. Don't screw this up. If I'm just playing like if I didn't have a goal like today, I'll just go and do whatever and never really finish anything. Because I'll just, oh, rabbit, squirrel. that's what I do. I do the same thing in the Assassin's Creed games with those open worlds. I just go do every little point of interest, every little side quest. At some point, you have to continue the main story because you can't move any further. Like, it just doesn't, you don't have a way to advance anything. But there are times where I am way above level from what the main story quest is because I've done so much of the side content. And I'm okay with that because that, yeah, it makes the game easier. I mean, that's really the simplest way to put it. It makes the game easier. But I don't mind. I'm not looking for the bang my head against the wall challenge that some people look for. Like, I've never been in the Souls-like just because I don't like beating my head against the wall, dying to something over and over again. I like to have a challenge, but I don't like being kicked in the nuts over and over and over again. I don't enjoy that. Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes with me too with them. It's just it's just I get way over leveled and everything becomes trivial at that point, but you still get to experience the story and stuff. And and you can't deny that walking up to some of the lower level things and just one tapping them is fun. it's much more fun sometimes to do that. It's some good satisfaction there. Yeah, I've never played Elden Ring. I've never actually played any of the Souls-like games. I just don't play any of them. I've never played any of them. It doesn't intrigue me to die over and over again to something like that. And yeah, you can put them on easier modes, but then that's really defeating the purpose of the game at that point for them. Like that, the whole point of those games is to be challenging bosses that you have to figure out all the mechanics and try and beat them. If you're playing in an easy mode, if the story has to hold it up at that point, and if it doesn't hold up, then it's not an enjoyable game. Yeah, yes, it is a very, I just put a static picture on it. It's actually a static picture that I'm slowly scrolling across the screen in OBS. I've got a transform on there that's moving it slowly. It's just a picture. Don't mind the flashing lights on the tower or anything. It's not real. Let me just have a look at the map. I need one more sea foam. How many more skies did I need? I needed a bunch, didn't I? I needed a bunch still. Oh, I know. It's got a ways to go. I'll be taking a break for dinner here before it gets there. But what's this guy doing? Is it cooking time and diving time, maybe? I don't know. I might just be going for this thing because it's sitting on... Oh, wait. Is 4 the damned up? Can I not see it? I don't know that I can from this angle. Yep, 4 the dam's up. Okay, cool. I'll keep my fort, and you guys have your fort, and just leave me alone. Okay? How's that sound? Yep, 18 inches a second. Very fast. Well, I hope you can find some time to get some gaming in, PJ, because I know life is rough right now, but I've always found that gaming, you can't escape the world, but you can at least take a break from it for a little bit, and it helps. Just to kind of change your mindset for a little bit. Now, I play games all the time, but that's because it's just the dog and I here, and that's all it's ever going to be. And I work during the day, I play in the evenings and weekends. I can do what I want with my life. Dang it. I'm over the relationships at this point, so my man cave is my entire house. So zero reason to finish the basement anymore. That's another game I've never played, is Roblox. There's somebody in YouTube chat, by the way, PJ, so I'm not just talking to thin air. So just in case you think I'm more crazy than I already am. I'm only slightly crazy. This is our last seafoam, I think. Ads are incoming in 5 minutes, though, PJ. Just a heads up. We're all a little bit insane. If we weren't, it'd be a very, very boring world. I'll take some insanity. I thought I had 2 seafoams in here. Maybe I need one more still. I needed 6, so I need one more still. Okay. Bittersweet. Bittersweet symphony. Map after this and just make sure they are playing around at the core of the dam and not coming this way. Well, I don't know what that guy's doing. That might be an hourglass fight, or he left Ancient to die. That's a long way out, though. I don't know what happened to the Reaper's Mark, but there's probably a boat there doing that. We continue. You're going to be sitting there staring at me for another 45 minutes, Alf. You know that, right? I know it feels like 3:15 to you because of the time change, but it's not. So, yeah. I mean, the time changed 2 months ago, and you're still not on the right time. And it's going to change again in 2 months. You're going to be back on the right time. So. Come sit, bud. Yep, that's Turbo is the only way to go on Twitch. I know, at least with Turbo, the ad revenue still goes to the streamer. So even though you don't see the ads, they still get the ad revenue for you being there. So. There's no reason to subscribe unless you want emotes or something else in their stream. It's fine. I'm sure. I don't know if Twitch would prefer everybody be on Turbo or subscribing to people anyway. I don't know. I don't know what the break-even point is on that. This fort's probably been up for 3 hours now. So somebody decided, all right, I want a different fort. Let's start the Fort of the Damned. I should probably, well, I'll probably take a break in about 45 minutes anyway. See if we can last that long. Get everything cooked. Very odd that the boat was turning that whole time and it ended up facing directly away from the island automatically. I don't understand that. Gotta be something to do with the way the waves are moving. And it'll be getting closer to prime time and sweaty people like us get on and start sinking everybody. So. pitiful fate. Nope. Also, having turbo automatically gives you 60 days, I think it is, of VODs on your channel instead of the default, which is 2 weeks or 30 days. It's a good bit longer VOD retention on your channel for having turbo. Oh, come on. Get in my belly. Thank you. I like that color. It's a nice color. It's a nice colored fish. Getting there on these skies, too. Guess that'll help with future fishing endeavors. Start throwing back a lot more fish now that I have finished. What was that, Alf? Was that my belly rumbling? I know. Good. Means your daddy's not eating too much. We'll get rid of this Christmas/Thanksgiving weight. Oh, shit, boat coming. We're out. See ya. That is why we check the horizon. Just a sloop. That's fine. But I'd rather keep my fish. So, spent a lot of time catching those fish, dang it. You guys can have the fort. I don't want it. I just wanted the fish. I think they just want the fort. Good. go. Where am I? One goes that way. Go this way to the sea post to the west. Okay, well, we made progress on that one. I'm just trying to avoid conflict right now. All right. This downstairs. Those cooking. Does it take longer? Roverone. Rover 1, not Roverone. Okay. Reed. English. There you go. That must be on the other side of the island. Where did they sink? I swear to God, if they sank for the... No, they're there. Anchored with their sail down. And they're a reaper. So yeah, we're done. You get out of there. He's fine. I got a healthy complement of fishes. They're still not cooked. Good. We can maybe not get ourselves pinned in there. No. Where are they at? Where am I? They're staying there. Good. And that one, that one, load. Grade 5 umber. Nice. Yeah, that didn't work very well. Whatever. Jump! I hit the space bar. I swear I did. Almost. Let's see where we stand on. Big Battle Guild done. Nice.
Welcome, we're one big happy family here.
Let's see, how many bananas and things do I have in here? Filling up crates. Things ready to turn in. That's all the fish is sold. What are you huffing and puffing for, boy? Huh? What are you huffing and puffing for? Goes there for now. All right, and let's go. Fort Merritt. Sell that stuff. Lower our flag. Just in time for dinner. We will have made a lot of progress. On the annoying one, too. Wreckers and battlefields are the two annoying ones. We have to do specific things. Let's see, so where are we at? I was one sea foam away. They require no bait, and it's nighttime. We get it. If we don't hit the island. Nothing? Hey. Bite it. Hurry up. Please. Thank you. Thought I was one away. Set up right now. And we never have to catch a splash tail again. We're incredibly off course, but that's okay, because I got a splash tail. I'm happy now. No. Not the shrouded ghost. It doesn't exist. It's a fake news story. Yeah. You dick. Thought you were supposed to be less aggressive. Not even near. I didn't even touch you. You dick. Breaking my rowboat. How dare you? You didn't break my rowboat. Oh, now yeah, we're getting Server, they're getting spicy. We stopped at just the right time. Hang on, I gotta move my other window out of the way. I can't see what's bad you're talking about. What pad? You mean the dome on the left? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, a fuel tank, yeah. I'm not sure. I have to look at a map. I don't know the Cape layout incredibly well. Let's see. So they rolled out from there. They turned past 39A. That's in front of it. I'm not sure. I don't know that it is a pad. To be fair. Oops, got a rock in my way. Hang on. Because there's a couple fuel tanks that are like on the road between 39A and B. I'm wondering if that's what that is. Problem is with satellite view, the Cape has changed so much recently. They just can't keep up with what's there. I'm not sure. I don't think I can get street view there. Oh, I can get street view there. Hang on. Oh, that doesn't look like that tank. I don't know. Because I've already turned left in front of 39A. So the only other pad is 39B where it's going. There's nothing else between the two. Overshooting my outpost here. Well, you're saying these seas aren't realistic? How dare you? Okay, I should have gone to the other side. I'll turn stuff in here. It's all merchant and stuff. Up. Alright, so yeah, I don't know that that is a pad. I think that might just be a tank or something. Well, wait, hang on. This camera view swapped since we last looked at it, didn't it? We're looking at it from 39B right now. I think. Hang on, let me... No, because it's moving away from us still. This is still down toward the VAB. That's just a new tank, I think. I don't think it's associated with any specific thing. I mean, it could be part of 39B, just off a ways, but there's like there's a road that goes up to 39A, maybe in that vicinity, that's part of now. they've got... Yeah, they got 37. Yeah. Yeah, they got 37. So SpaceX will have 39A, 40, and 37. Yeah, I just think this is a... I don't think we're that close to 39. I mean, we're approaching 39B. But that tank that we're seeing is not on a satellite view, so I don't know what it is. It might just be on the side of one of the roads between 39A and B. Let's see, what am I doing here? We're going to start selling a bit. Oh, we're not there yet, Junkie. We are... I can't hear my merchant, though. Is this the one I bought here? I know I bought one here. Now we've probably got on the roll 3 to 4 more hours before it is there. I think we're getting close to 39 to the pad. Let me just do this really quick. I can do this. So I think we've seen it. It came out here from the VAB. VAB is down here. And then we've seen it take this turn, I'm pretty sure already, because it's gone in front of 39A, which is where the Starship pad is being built and everything. So I think it's somewhere along here, but as you can see, there's no fuel tank of that shape here. There's these little guys, but they're not the same thing, and they're behind it. So I don't know what that is. Maybe it's something here. Maybe they built something here that looks, maybe, I don't know. But we're probably, I feel like we're probably somewhere in here right now. And that's where our destination is, so. I don't know. I don't know what that fuel tank is. It's not on the map anywhere. Maybe? I don't know. Well, actually, no, that's the ramp right there to 39B. Hang on. I mean, right on the left there, that's 39B, is it not? Did it actually go faster than they thought it was going to? I feel like they must have. That tank still isn't on the... Well, actually, no. I know what it is. I see what it is. So we are now looking... Pull this back up. They've got a camera up here somewhere. Somewhere up here. And I bet you that tank is this guy right here. There's not going to be a street view of that, but that's that circular tank, and we're looking back down this way now. Because on the left is the ramp. So the camera's looking here, it's coming up here, the ramp is on the left there. So I think it's just early. I think it got there faster than... Now, it does have to go up the ramp, which means it goes like half the speed it can go on flat land. So it's entirely possible it will take 3 more hours. I mean, that's good. I mean, it seems like everything is moving at the proper speed. You suck. All right, I'll go over to the guild then. Screw you all, and I'll just go over to the guild side and turn this stuff in. You don't want my stuff. Screw you. I'll give you my fish, but that's all you're going to get. Yeah. No, and I'm going to be taking a break here between this and the 4 of us tonight wire, so I'll be stopping stream and getting some food and whatnot, so we're not going to see the end of it on stream. I got to eat at some point. Alright, so that should be my last seafoam splash tail. And if somebody sinks me now, I couldn't care less. So, well, I have my flag up, but I'll lower that here in a minute. Okay, so where are we at then? Did we officially finish splash tails? We have, thank God. Never need a splash tail again. And battle gills, we got our jade done. 5 more sky. A lot more rum. We need quite a few more sand. It's 6 more sands. And a lot more bittersweet. But hey, we were way lower than that before. So, progress on battle gills. And then we did some, where we were in the Ancient Isles for a little bit. We did a couple things there. And we did some wild splashes as well. So, I'm only doing this today, Wire, because I'm watching a rocket roll really, really slow and I can not pay 100% attention to the game. It's one of those, oh, there's a boat over there. You might be fishing too. Huh. Huh. Hmm. Hang on. Where is that? What island is that? Okay, so the Reaper's still doing that fort. They just finished the Fort of the Damned. And there are only 2? Okay. This guy off to my right. Oh, is this guy doing a thing at the thing? Isn't that Rapier K? That's the one that you farm the keys. Yes, exactly, Taco. That's why I'm watching a rocket, because that'll keep me distracted. Do I go have fun with this guy before I lower my flag? I think I lower my flag. I don't care that much. I don't care about the rep as much as I do the turn-ins. What is this? What is going on here? Hello? I got the harpoon is broken. Yeah, there are definitely elevators in that moving tower. I mean, it's just a big thing. It's a skyscraper. It, in essence, is a skyscraper. Same thing as that rocket. Same thing as Starship. Same thing as most rockets. They're just buildings. They're buildings, and that's a building on a big track. I feel like this guy is doing something suspicious. There's no reason to sit at that island for that long. Well, let me lower my flag to get that emissary rep. And then we might go say hello. And if he sinks us, enjoy the supplies. If he doesn't, great. goes down. What? Oh, the stupid Meg broke my anchor? Really? Okay. Let me get supplied up first. I don't have much supplies, but I have supplies. Got wood. Got pineapples. Cannonballs. Take all that, that, and that. 1, 2, 3, 2. No. Okay. Let's go say hello. Yeah, we have war rules for not seeing innocent fishermen. I appreciate everybody following those rules while I was fishing. This guy, on the other hand... Oh. He seems hostile. He seems like he's coming right for me. I might have to take him out. Oh, I know, Choir. That last night was nuts. That was so much fun. So many ups and downs. But it ended on an incredible up. Not captain. Rock there. And the island's just to the left of that. Here. Come up behind him. How about that? Just the way you like. Right in the butt. A little more juice. I'm playing on mouse and keyboard. This is going to absolutely suck, so pardon me. Oh my god, I have the worst... What the hell is that on my... Can't see shit after I fire. Why did I put those on? Holy shit nugget. These are horrible. I can't see anything. He's done. He's in the water.
Okay.
shark. Get shark, man.
I'll see you later.
Okay. I mean, he didn't have anything on him because he was on the ladder, so I don't know what he was planning. Yeah, no, I don't know why I changed that. I don't know why I put that on there. That was wow. I think I put this whole ship set on, and that was part of it, and I shouldn't have put that on. I'll take that off because that was like firing into ice every single time I took a shot. Oh my god. Mermaid's still here. Why is my boat still turning? I mean, for the principle of the matter, I gotta take it all up, right? Can't leave it here. Wait, he was farming. Look at that. I knew it! Yeah, it stopped. I mean, it's at the bottom of the hill, and they've got to... I'm sure they have to adjust stuff on that crawler to keep it level as it goes up, because I don't think that rocket is meant to angle at all. And there goes the mermaid. I don't think SLS is supposed to angle at all, so I think it has to auto-level itself, and they probably don't have that turned on. Don't have that doing that constantly. I don't want any of this, but I'm taking it all because I don't want him to get it when he comes back to farm more. Ain't even taken the gold out yet. Yep. Press and Isle keys. That's what he was going to farm. Why, people? Do something better with your life. Like fish. Alright, well. Wait. I thought that was a boat over there. That was smoke. Alright, now we'll go over to the Sovereign. Guy sounded like a dork, too. I don't know if you guys could hear him, but, okay, bye. Sounded like one of those people that uses every exploit in the game. All sound? I mean, there's not much sound in the game at the moment. But I do see the sound thing on OBS going and my mic going. Might just be you. I'm not sure. Okay, cool. Well, we tested your sound for you, Chunky, before we streamed tonight, so that you could fix it now instead of while we're trying to get supply. You can't hear me tell you this, but that's what we're doing. Well, thank you for the loot, sir. That was a gold hoarder. Yeah, he was definitely going to start farming those vaults. No doubt. That thing is screwing me up. I keep thinking there's something on the deck there I'm supposed to pick up. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. That's cool. Gotta get filled. What's in here? Let's take those bits out. And those bits out. We are going to leave a karma crate. And hopefully we can use it to pray to the Alliance Lords to give us another cool server tonight. Okay. Oh. Slots for that. We're not going to have any slots for food, so we'll leave that out. We'll put food in a separate barrel. Or separate crate. Because we're nice people, aren't we, Alf? Yeah. A little bit of good karma goes a long way. All fit in there. Okay. That can go in there, and sure, you can have those too. Everything's in. Nothing here. Actually, is my rowboat intact? Do I need to repair it? Nope. Cool. We drifted so far. Holy crap. And then I need to go, if I'm close enough, I have to split sail the other side. Change that, whatchamacallit. Where am I going? Cannon flare. That is ridiculous. Couldn't see shit. Oh, I'm sure it will. I'm sure this is a planned stop at the bottom of the hill to prep whatever to get up that hill. Because it ain't... I don't know what I'm running over here for. It ain't just your ordinary old car driving up a hill. Hello? Ah. Alright, well, that'll be karma too. We'll put that back on the boat. I wish they would turn her slightly to her right. You don't have to go over in front of her. That's going to go back in the boat. Thank you. Oh, what am I thinking? I'll do that last. Thank you for the crescent tile key that I am not going to use because I'm not a masochist. Pick up the other side and change our cannon flare while we're here. Holy camera exposure change. It was fine. What are you guys doing to it? NASA, come on. You're going to send somebody to the moon and yet you can't get a camera exposure correct? That's kind of scary. Alright. Go to the other side. Yeah, you know, China was not wanting us to progress on Artemis, so they nuked it. Or that's what Orange Man wants you to think. It was actually Orange Man doing it to make it look like we should be mad at China, and then he can take reciprocal actions on their launch facilities. Yeah. No. How? Through everything. All right. Karma crates for somebody, hopefully. And then I'm going to go change that cannon flare. Holy crap. Couldn't see anything. Why do they think that's a good idea? I don't understand. That is like... Need anything? That's a bit excessive on the cannon flare. No. Ship customization. Yeah, I just put all of that ship set on. That's what happened. Okay. We've been using... Which one do we use? Not that one. Nothing. Holy balls. They're a bit excessive. So it's either this one. Maybe one of these three. That one's not terrible. I forget which one we use. Is it this one? Or is it this one? I don't remember. I don't have any cannonballs anymore to shoot. Oh, yes, I do. I got crates over here. Plenty of crates. Ooh. Nah, that's not the one. That's pink. Does not look pink in that little thumbnail at all. Pretty sure the Dark Warsmith is one of them, but what am I doing? That's possibly one of them, but maybe the Golden Sailor Flare? Oh, I feel like I've heard this one is one too. The Prehistoric Plunderer. But that feels like that might be thick. Thick dark. And this might not be as bad. Try that one. And no, they're not sending anyone until the lander's figured out, but this is taking people around the moon. This one, Artemis II. And then we've got till 2028, sometime in 28 for the lander to get figured out. So that's still up to 3 years away. Not entirely out of the question. No, that's way too orangey on the fire. Very well could be this guy. I feel like they're probably closer on the lander than we know. They're just not talking much about it, which is unfortunate. That's definitely one of them that we've used before. Yeah, no, if Rare's doing it, then we're screwed. We're not beating China. Ain't happening. Alright, let's see what this guy looks like. I feel like it's going to be too dark. This feels too bright. Yeah, that's definitely not it. Depends on how big that snake thingy is on that one. So far, it's this one. Or it could be this guy, too, the cutthroat cannon. I don't think that red is that red, normally. Alright, let's try this. See what this one looks like. There's a lot of yellow. A lot of explosion in your face. I don't want to talk about it. That not bad. Maybe we use that one. It clears up quickly, which is really the key. That one's not bad. Yeah, this is this on this same server. This is the second Fort of Fortune I have seen. We had a Fort of Fortune. I joined this server. We had a regular fort, then a Fort of Fortune spawned, then a regular fort, and then a Fort of Fortune. It's just going back and forth between. We have not had any other world events. There's been a Fort of the Damned on here. Somebody started, but it's been Fort of Fortune, Fort of Fortune. Not even hats, just Fort of Fortunes. Hopefully I didn't use up all of our Fort of Fortune luck on this server. Okay, cool. Well, on that note, I need a break. Alf needs a break. I need food. And then we'll be getting back on here shortly whenever John and Mort are ready. So, and it does look like it's moving again. Just much slower now that it's going up a hill. So, it'll be done in a couple hours probably. It's not going to be hooked up to the ground service equipment yet, but it'll be up the hill. So, anyway, alrighty. Well, Wire Taco, everyone, I will be off for probably an hour-ish, maybe a little less, but we'll see. But yep, we'll be back later. Thanks for watching. See you later.
You